Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
Hello friends, and welcome to our coverage of the ECL Core Division Finals right here at twitch.tv/Reactio Media. My name is Brandon Bigsby, aka B Major, and folks, we have a fun final series on tap for you today. Connection, the number 7 seed, going up against the number 2 seed, Armeijan Kuri. Gonna be a really fun matchup to the top teams in the Core Division all season long. We will be going through the entirety of this series here today. If it goes 4, we got all 4. If it goes 7, we've got all 7. We will be crowning a champion here today, no matter what. We appreciate you all joining us for our coverage here today. And let's kind of show you a look at how these two teams got here, show you their journeys to making it to this point. Starting out with our bracket, and as you can see, the number 2 seed, Armeijan Kuri, a pretty interesting road to get here. They've been tested a couple of times. You see they went all the way to the quarterfinals against the upset-minded Miskaset, went to 6 games, and then went up against Nordic Nosebleed in the semifinals, and that one went to 6 games as well. And you see Connection, though, a little bit of an easier path. They have yet to have a single series up to this point go beyond 5 games. You see Fallen Rangers giving them a 5-game series, able to steal one, and then they were able to sweep Dynamo HC in the semifinals. And as you can see in the bronze match, Nordic Nosebleed up 2-1 in that series against Dynamo HC. So Connection, the 5 seed, kind of just rolling their way through with relative ease so far. all their series again, not going any further than 5 games, going all the way back to round 1. So it's been a pretty easy road for this new team so far, while Armeijan Kuri, this is the furthest they've been. They made it to the semifinals 2 seasons ago in the ECL 24 spring season, lost in the semifinals to the eventual champions, Kokai Esports, lost in the bronze match in a sweep, and then last season, they ended up getting swept in round 1, so they've seen the highest of highs and the lowest of lows. Here they are now in the finals trying to take home their club's first ever championship in their 3rd season of competition. Now, let's move forward to the team matchup, show you how these two sides match up against one another. And as you can see, two teams that are relatively even with one another, right? Connection, obviously a few less games played, so the goals for and the goals against both going to be a little bit lower. But nevertheless, these are two teams that have been very, very steady all season long. Really, the biggest difference, I would say, is in the special teams. Connection with a stellar power play, 40.7%. But Armeijan Kuri with one of the best penalty kills that you'll see, a 91.2% PK. As a matter of fact, you go back to the regular season, their penalty kill was the best in the division at 96.55%. So the league's best PK going up against the postseason's best power play. Going to be interesting to see how that matches up. And then you see Armeijan Kuri's power play not too great at 2.86%. That kind of translates over from the regular season where they had a division worst power play of 5.71%. So the league's best penalty kill with the league's worst power play on the same team. Connection with that 79.17% penalty kill. Not amazing, but definitely respectable. The special teams going to be a very interesting battle to look out for here today. Now, let's meet the starting lineups for both of these two sides. Starting out with Connection, over on the left side, the number 5 seed K-Cash at left wing, Sweden FTW at center, and Jaxi at the right wing spot, while over back on defense, it's Jackie at left D and Dabo at right D, while in between the pipes is Gremling, while for Armeijan Kuri, it is Mutainen Malik at center, Mutainen Malik at left wing, with Hefizuk at right wing, while back on defense, it's Vertigo Seti at left D, and Suna Kosteya at right defense, and in between the pipes is Kasuri. So, two of the same lines we've seen from this team pretty much all season long, keeping things consistent here for this finals series today. Now moving it forward position by position, starting out with the centers, and in that center matchup, Sweden FTW going up against Vertasken, two centers that have been just amazing all season long. And you see Vertasken just continuing to step up in both goal scoring and assists, 31 goals, 28 assists so far in this postseason for 59 points. I mean, these two centers really just about as even as you get. And interestingly enough, with both of them, they are pretty close to what their regular season totals were. So it just goes to show you both these two guys have really been amazing so far and stepped up in their respective playoff runs. Their face-off percentages also pretty even as well. Really, the only difference I would say has been the assist numbers. Sweden FTW with 35 compared to 28. And he's also played less games. So that's really the only difference I would say between these two centers statistically. Really, really fun matchup. Two of the best at the position in the core division this season, going head-to-head here tonight for the championship. Now moving over to the wingers. And the wing battle always a fun one to watch because you always get some of the better players in the division when you get these finals, and that is no exception here today. As you kind of see over on the right side for Armeijan Kuri, 58 and 70 points between Mutainen Malik and Hefizuk. And then on the other side for K-Cash and Yaxi, 40 points and 54 points. So the point tally is kind of more in the favor of Armeijan Kuri, but nevertheless, you have two really good wing duos that can put the puck in the net in droves. So, going to be interesting to watch these two go head-to-head, especially with two very different styles of play offensively that will be going up against each other here today. Now, moving on over to the defense battle, and the defense is going to be a very important part of this series for multiple reasons. I know we say that for every series, but when you have a team in Connection that were one of the better defensive teams in the league, a team in Armeijan Kuri who are one of the better offensive teams in the league, gonna kind of show you what Jackie and Dabo can do. The two Brits over on the back end now have their hands full here today, and two very different flavors of defense as well. You see Jackie with 82 hits, Dabo with just 11, and only 3 more games played for Jackie so far in this postseason run. While on the other side, you see for Vertigo Seti and Suoni Kaskutaya, two defensemen that have been pretty even across the board in terms of the numbers. 8 goals, by the way, for Suoni Kaskutaya, while Vertigo Seti with 38 shots blocked and 88 hits. So, again, two very different defensemen, but both of them kind of contributing on different ends of the ice. So, going to be interesting to show what these two can do, what these two defensive pairings can do, as well as, again, two very different styles of teams that are matching up against one another. Which style is going to be able to prevail in this matchup? Going to be fun to see who can make that happen. And then last but not least, the starting goaltenders for each of these respective teams. The goalies we have seen just be phenomenal in each of our final series so far in each of our divisions. Today should be no different. You see Gremling an 80.9 save percentage, Gassary a 83.7. Interesting stat about Gremling, by the way. In the regular season, he was one of the most dominant goaltenders that you will find in the core division. Had a division best 8 shutouts during the regular season. The next closest goalies had a total of 4. So he doubled anyone in the league in total of shutouts, and these teams played 24 regular season games. So for a third of the games that Gremling played, he shut his opponent out. Absolutely stunning stats that he was able to put up for this Connection team. While for Caserti on the other side, still nothing short of phenomenal. An 86.11 save percentage during the regular season, a 13-2-1 record. These are two goalies that are very, very good. So, going to be interesting to watch them go head-to-head here today. And again, it makes you wonder, is this going to be more of a higher scoring matchup? Or is this going to be a matchup to where you're like, hey, you know, maybe this is kind of more of a goaltending, defensive-oriented duel. We've seen a little bit of everything so far in all of our finals so far in this postseason. Which trend is this one going to follow? That is the question. We'll find out in just a matter of minutes as these two teams get things set up and get the searching here for the lobby. But while we do have a few minutes on our hands, we do want to make sure to remind you of a couple of deals going on with a few of our amazing sponsors. The first being our friends over at WellNet. If you go to health.sportsgamer.gg and use the code SportsGamer1, WellNet will give you a 1-month free trial. They have all sorts of amazing exercises right from the ease and convenience of your phone, and they even have exercises that are specifically curtailed to us as gamers. So make sure you go to health.sportsgamer.gg, put in that code SportsGamer1, and WellNet will be giving you a 1-month free trial. So a big thank you to WellNet for giving that offer to our community. Always awesome to have that ability to exercise a little bit more easy, a little bit more conveniently, a little bit difficult sometimes to carve it out of your schedule. WellNet makes it easy for you and even has a nice crafted plan here with the Sports Gamer Health Program. So a big thank you to them for that deal. Again, health.sportsgamer.gg. Use that code SportsGamer1 for that 1-month free trial. But they aren't the only ones that have a deal going on. Our friends over at Game Changer. If you go to GameChangerOfficial.fi and put in the code SportsGamer10 at checkout, Game Changer will give you 10 euros off of your final purchase. They have multiple supplements, immunity boost, performance, level up, and even level down if you want to relax a little bit. Game Changer has it all there for you and all at the ease of just 2 capsules. So again, if you go to GameChangerOfficial.fi, put in that code SportsGamer10 at checkout, Game Changer will be giving you 10 euros off of your purchase. A big thank you to Game Changer once again for their support as well. Both them and WellNet offering a couple of really nice deals for our community. They show us all the amazing support, so make sure you do click those links in our description to go and check them out and take advantage of those nice deals, all totally risk-free. And again, pretty nice to see Game Changer offering a nice little discount on that deal. So a big thank you to them, a big thank you to WellNet, and a shout out to our sponsor, Covenant Lockety as well. We don't have a deal going on for right now, but amazing prices, amazing products. Make sure you go check them out as well, as we are just a few minutes away from getting things set for game number 1 as the two teams are set and getting ready to search. Again, we'll kind of take you back looking at these two teams and just what their stories are heading into this series. A little connection. This is their first season as a team, a new team this season, a record of 37-4-1 in the 42 games that they have played. So dominance has kind of been the story for Connection all season long. Only thing is that all but one of their regulation losses this season have been by more than 1 goal. So when they've lost, but the losses have been very few and far between. While look at the other side for Armeijan Kuri, it's a club that's been around for 3 seasons. All those seasons have been right here in the core division. They finished first in their group, earned the number 2 overall seed, and this entire roster, everyone that is on this roster was on the roster that was in their inaugural team during their first season. So kind of interesting to see how this team has kept everyone around, has continued to just build and grow as a group. And you go back to their playoff run during that season last season where they made it all the way to the semifinals, just fell short, lost in the bronze match. This entire group started in that bronze match. This is a team that's been around for a while. They had a few changes last season. Maybe that has something to do with why they had a bit of an earlier exit. But this season brought everyone back, made it to the semifinals again, and now has pushed forward even further into the finals. So just goes to show you that sometimes when these teams do stick around, they continue to grow together, that can be rewarded. Can it be rewarded with a title for this Armeijan Kuri team, or will Conexion in their first season as a group come in, dominate all season, pull off a 5th seed, and then just kind of steamroll their way in the playoffs to a championship trophy? So going to be interesting to see which side prevails, the team that kind of just came together and has been able to fit, or the team that has had a lot of outstanding chemistry and has been building at this thing for a while. So 2 very different storylines here in this series, and it's going to be interesting to just kind of see which one does pan out and which one does end up taking home that title at the end of the day. And for those in the chat, let us know, who do you think is going to be winning this game number 1? Who do you think starts out with that momentum? We talk about all the time how that game 1 could be such a momentum booster in a series. Do you think it's going to be Conexion with that defense that has been just so phenomenal all season long? Or will it be Armeijan Kuri, who have had the offensive attack, who have really been going off? And you see their regular season stats, it kind of just goes to show you, Armeijan Kuri with over 100 goals in the games that they played. You kind of take a closer look at the averages, and I mean, they ended up finishing top 10 in the division, 4.21 goals for per game, and were top 10 in the division in goals allowed per game. So kind of goes to show you that they've been a little bit more balanced. While for Conexion, not a bad offensive team, but not one of the division's best either. However, they were one of the best teams in the division in not allowing goals, the second lowest goals allowed, with that number at 38, an average of 1.58 per game. So 2 very different teams, and interestingly enough, Conexion also a team that loved to shoot the puck. They averaged 18 per game, 432 in total. That was the second highest out of any team in the division. So though they aren't a team that maybe scored a ton, they definitely earned a lot of opportunities for themselves during the regular season. So a lot of different things to keep in mind of, a lot of different things to look out for. We'll remind you guys of all the storylines throughout our coverage here today, as we'll see these things unfold as we move along. And again, just waiting on these 2 teams to get things set up. We apologize for the slight delay, but nevertheless, it does kind of give us some time to talk about things and just get all the storylines unpacked for you as we get set for a best of 7 series. Again, we will be covering the entirety of this series here today. Conexion versus Armeijan Kuri, and we will be crowning a champion here today. And again, this is not the finals that we will be calling today. We will also be calling the Neo Finals on Sunday. That will be our final coverage of the ECL 25 spring season. So make sure you do join us for that on Sunday as well. So it's been an awesome time. Definitely crowning all these champions, covering these postseason runs. We saw on Monday, we had our light division champion crowned, as, again, a big congratulations to Modu Hockey. They defeated Deadly Phantoms in a 5-game series. We crowned our Pro Division champions last week, and Robe Esports sweeping Vizio. And then in our Elite Division finals, we had Last Dance take down Mythics about a week and a half ago. That series went all the way to 7 games. We're hoping for a little bit of a similar exciting series here today, as we'll see what these 2 teams have to offer us. As Conexion and Armeijan Kuri both looking for their first ever trophy. Again, Conexion obviously their first ever season as a team. Armeijan Kuri in their first season, the furthest that they have been is the semifinals, lost in the bronze match. So this will be their first guaranteed piece of silverware, so to speak. So a lot on the line for both of these teams. Whoever side wins will be moving their way up into the light division next season. Would not be shocked if both of these 2 teams are in the light division next season. 2 teams that have been, again, just dominant all season long. Both were first in their group. Conexion, the only reason they weren't the number 1 overall seed is because they lost a tiebreaker to AC Pripyat in their group. So Going to be a lot of fun to see who prevails in this matchup. You see both teams are in the lobby, ready to roll. We'll be watching from the perspective of Conexion in this series, and you get a look at some of the builds, the meta builds for the most part, really across the board. Playmakers, puck-moving defensemen on both sides, hybrid goalies. No surprise to see things right around that end, kind of sticking to what you would typically see throughout many of the players in the European community. Folks, ready to go. You've heard me yap for long enough. Conexion, the number 5 seed, going up against the number 2 seed, Armeijan and Kuri. Again, we'll have the full finish of this final series right here at twitch.tv/Reactio Media. So grab a snack, grab a drink, invite a friend, because we've got a long ride ahead of us, folks. We've got to champion the crown here in the core division. We're going to see who is going to be taking it here today. Once again, we will be watching from the perspective of Conexion. They're wearing their road white uniforms, while on the other side, Armeijan and Kuri. It will be a lot of fun to see what they can do here against this Conexion team. As I do not currently have a view of the stream on my end, so we do apologize for some of the technical difficulties on that part of things, but nevertheless, again, Conexion wearing their road white uniforms. We are watching from their perspective, while Armeijan and Kuri in their home maroon red uniforms. So again, we'll get things set up for you as soon as we do have that back up. We do apologize for that little technical difficulty on my end, so we couldn't call it, but we got things back underway now as Armeijan and Kuri win the offensive zone face-off and working in the offensive end. Shot nearly from the point, was poke checked away. As Conexion will move this one forward, and it's controlled by Jackie. Poked off his stick, and here comes Armeijan and Kuri on the other one-time shot. Was denied. As Conexion now moving down the other end, as Yaxi controlling it, moves up to Dabo at the point. Goes down low to Sweden FTW and goes back to the left point, but nobody home to pick that one up, and that's going to force a reset. Moving it forward here is Conexion, but a big hit taken, and now Armeijan and Kuri going to move down the opposite end. Lieutenant Malik had it there for a second, but it was poked off his stick, and now Conexion in the offensive zone. Yaxi, puck loose in front near the blue paint, was found by Caserti, and they'll hold on for the freeze. Offensive zone draw for Conexion, one in the defensive zone by Armeijan and Kuri, and now they move it forward. Not able to keep it for long, however, is Conexion able to cause a turnover, and that's the story for this Conexion team. Such a dominant team on the defensive end. They do not allow many opportunities. You're seeing them flex their defensive muscle so far, but trying to find their way, but offensively is Armeijan and Kuri, another top 10 defensive team in the regular season, working to try to deny them here of a shot, as Conexion does get a shot on, but it's saved by Caserti. As Caserti gets it in front, and they'll hold on for the stoppage. Offensive zone draw to the right side of Caserti. As Conexion got the clean win, but it was picked up by Armeijan and Kuri, but they're not able to do anything with it, as Conexion now will set up the offense. Controlling it now as Yaxi moves it past the blue line, but poke checked off of his stick. By for Taskin. Conexion able to get it back, trying to move it forward. There was Jackie, but intercepted. And again, these two teams, a slow, steady defensive battle here so far to start this game. 7:34 to play in the first period as an offside is called. Neutral zone face-off here coming up. Tied up and won by Conexion, and Yaxi not able to hold on to it as he tried to cross the blue line. As Armeijan and Kuri set up the offense and will just take their time and reset things. In neutral zone, working it forward past the blue line. Quick shot on, swept aside by Gremling. And Conexion will now move things down the other end. Sweden FTW holding it, moves it back to Jackie. Jackie, one-time shot to Yaxi, was blocked before it could get over to Kuri. Another shot, that one saved. Still pushing here is Connection. Puck loose in front and found first by Armeijan Kuri. There's a shot on there. Couldn't find much. It's Connection take over possession and will now move things forward. Yaxie over at the right boards, holding in and trying to find a play. Moves it down low over to Sweden FTW. Holding backhand, puck loose in front, found by Yaxie. His shot goes a bit wide. Picked up by Armeijan Kuri. 2.5 minutes to play here in the first period. Armeijan Kuri with 3 shots, Connection with 2. Both of these two teams not going to find chances easy here so far. As Yaxie holding a shot on, blocked right away there by Kuri. As Armeijan Kuri going to move this thing forward and have some speed up the left boards, but just a little too much speed as an offside. Going to be called with 41 seconds remaining here in the first period. Face off one back by Connection. Controlled by Dabo and moved up to Sweden FTW. The K-Cash. Back to the point. A shot blocked in front from Dabo. Connection still in control. Poked off the stick of Yaxie. As Dabo has it at the point, gives it up to Sweden, but a shot saved by Kuri right at the buzzer. No score at the end of 20 minutes, but the defense flexing its muscle on both sides. Armeijan Kuri and Connection, again, two of the best teams defensively during the regular season, showing why so far. The first period of this final. No score to start out. As we get a look at the stats here in a moment, it's going to be interesting because Armeijan Kuri to start out this game had the majority of the time in attack, but felt like Connection had most of it there to end off the period, and that's about what you see. 232 time in attack to 117 as Connection do have the advantage, and Armeijan Kuri have just not really been able to get too much going offensively in terms of time in attack ever since that first few minutes that we saw there earlier. Get set for period number 2 of game number 1. I want to make sure we shout out our amazing sponsors, Conexion, Game Changer, and WellNet for their amazing support of the ECL and SportsGamer GG all season long. Again, this is game number 1 of our series. We've got a best of 7. We're going all the way to this series totality here today as Armeijan Kuri have it in the offensive zone. Shot from the point was picked up by Dabo. Connection trying to move their way forward here as they set up the offense in their own end. Controlled by Armeijan Kuri in the offensive zone. Shot hits the post. Another shot saved by Gremling. So Armeijan Kuri with a couple of quick chances, but not able to reach the back of the net. It's K-Cash with it there. Wraparound attempt from Yaxie on the pass from him. Does not convert. Here comes Armeijan Kuri on the other end. It's a shot on tipped in front and off the post again. Armeijan Kuri hitting back-to-back posts. Trying to find that opening goal, but just the pipe denying them here so far. Yaxie at the corner board trying to find some space, finds Sweden FTW, who goes over to K-Cash over to the left corner, up to the point to Jackie. Under duress, dumps it down low, reverses over to the right boards, and it's picked up first by Dabo. Dabo trying to move it over to Sweden FTW, but it's intercepted, and Armeijan Kuri with numbers, a 2-on-1. It's a one-time shot, and they score! Armeijan Kuri kick off the scoring. And it's Hefezuk, the right winger, who puts it in the back of the net. His 29th goal of the postseason, leads this team, leads all players. And you get another look at it. Picture perfect on that one-time play. The 2-on-1 converts for Armeijan Kuri. And the number 2 seed strike first in this series, a 1-0 lead on their 6th shot attempt. It's now Connection trying to move forward and find the tying answer. This is Yaxie with it, moving it down low to Sweden, and his head goes straight into glass to stop play. We gotta look at the replay here. Oof. Good thing these guys don't feel pain, because yikes, that would not have been fun. Offensive zone face-off draw coming up here for Connection to the left side of Kasari. One back cleanly for Connection as Dabo gives it over to Yaxi. Yaxi at the right corner, holding it, poked off his stick. Nice defensive play there made by Armeijan Kuri. That was for Taskin who got a piece of that one. Armeijan Kuri moving forward. They have it in the offensive zone. Shot from the point. Tipped in front and they score! Armeijan Kuri up by a pair. Hands for Taskin, who gets credited with the goal. You look at it again. Low shot. Tipped above the shoulder of the goaltender in Gremling. And Armeijan Kuri all of a sudden have found their offensive stride. A 2-0 lead. And Connection having to find a little something here as they are now down by a pair, and Armeijan Kuri with all the momentum on their side as they have it in the offensive zone again, looking for number 3 here potentially. As a one-time blast goes wide. Another shot, that one saved by Gremling. Connection with their backs against the wall here all of a sudden. On their heels and looking to recover as Jackie gives it over to Dabo. Moving it forward to Sweden FTW, but the pass disrupted, and Armeijan Kuri working it quickly again. Between the legs, move there from Lieutenant Malik. Backhand shot saved by Gremling. And he'll hold on for the stoppage. Offensive zone draw here for Armeijan Kuri to the right side of Gremling. Tied up and found by Connection. Moved into the neutral zone and nothing doing there for Connection, so Armeijan Kuri get it back and will now move it forward. Controlled for a moment in the offensive zone, but broken up and picked up by Jackie for Connection. Moves it forward to K-Cash. K-Cash up to Sweden, trying to dish that over to Yaxi. Battled it for it and found by Armeijan Kuri, who are now on the counterattack. Potential breakaway brewing. Backhand shot denied by Gremling off the blocker. His 8th save of the game on 10 shots. And a big one there to keep this a 2-goal game for Connection. Armeijan Kuri with all the momentum so far as an offside called. Connection just really struggling for any offensive connection. They've not had a shot so far in the second period with just 4:23 to go. Armeijan Kuri win the neutral zone face-off and set their offense up. In the neutral zone, a patient reset, trying to force it forward there, however, and that leads to a turnover. Connection not able to capitalize on it, however, but they do get it back after another turnover from Armeijan Kuri. Sweden FTW had it, but could not find room, and Connection ends up getting it back. A couple of sloppy possessions here, back-to-back for both sides. Connection has in the offensive zone. Dabo takes a big hit, but gets the puck off his stick. Shot on there from Sweden FTW, stopped by Kasuri. And now Armeijan Kuri moving forward. In the offensive zone, poked off their stick, and able to get it back after Connection turned it back over. You're starting to see that defensive battle start to take face here once again here to end this period. Armeijan Kuri having the neutral zone, trying to slap it in, but blocked. And it looks like Armeijan Kuri is going to kill off the remainder of the time in the second period, but they're fine with that. They've got a 2-0 lead heading into the third and final frame of regulation. A pair of goals from their 2 forwards, Hefezuk and Vertaskin. That was the first goal right there to kick things off, a 2-on-1, leading to a one-timer. Get another look at it right there. Hefezuk scoring that one, and then not too long after, that shot from the point leading to the tip in front. And Vertaskin putting that one in past Gremling, giving Armeijan Kuri that 2-goal advantage. And you see the stats. Armeijan Kuri, maybe with 2 less minutes of time in attack, but they have had more shots on net and more opportunity. At the end of the day, that is what you're looking for. It's just opportunities galore. If you can earn those opportunities, get those shots on net, test the goaltender, test the defense, give yourself a good chance. Get a quick look there at that goal that was tipped in front. Nice clean cycle, give it up to the point, and then Taskin with what was a really low-hanging shot, never left the ground. Able to get a piece of that and beats Gremling on that tip play. We are underway for period number 3. We want to, once again, shout out our amazing sponsors, COVID I'm Not Gonna See, Game Changer, and WellNet for their amazing support of the ECL and SportsGamer GG all season long. As Armeijan Kuri trying to move forward, but could not find much. As Connection now take possession and is controlled by Sweden FTW. Trying to move it over to K-Cash, gets a back spin move there, does not work. Nice defensive play made by Vertigo Steady. He's a forward to Mutana Malik. Over at the left boards, shot from the point there, blocked in front, but recovered by Vertaskin. Shot on, saved, puck loose and found by Connection. They now move this thing forward into the neutral zone, but it's turned over. Mutana Malik got it there cleanly. Efezu controlling it, holding it at the corner, and goes down low. Mutana Malik trying to move it over to Vertaskin. Up to the point now. Shot on, blocked in front. Holding it at the left corner. Armeijan Kuri with a nice cycle shot in front, saved by Gremling. That's what Armeijan Kuri loves to do. They love to work that puck around and find that open opportunity to sustain some pressure. As a puck loose shot in front and they score! Connection gets on the board. And it's K-Cash who cuts this lead down to 1 for Connection. As you get another look at it, the pass in front just kind of found its way back in front, and boy, Kosserty just really wasn't able to react to it. You see, you kind of had to stand there. I know that the slow motion makes it look a lot worse than what it was, but that play all happened in a matter of about a second and a half. Not a lot you can do there if you're the goaltender, and K-Cash able to take advantage, puts it in the back of the net, and a 2-0 lead cut down to a 2-1 lead. Connection gets themselves on the board and are looking to tie this thing up as they have it in the offensive zone. Yoxi moving it forward over to Sweden FTW, back to the point to Jackie. Bumped off of his stick, and here comes Armeijan Kuri down the other end. Efezu with a one-time blast there from Mutana Malik, and it goes in! Mutana Malik will get credited for the goal. It trickled in after that original one-time shot. As you see it once again, and Gremling just wasn't able to get a full hold of that puck. One unfortunate break to another, but both sides are evened up on those unfortunate breaks, and Armeijan Kuri back up by 2, a 3-1 score now. An unfortunate break for Connection, who just thought they might have gotten some momentum back on their side. They have it in the offensive zone now, but an offside called as Jackie picked it up back in the neutral zone and brought it back in. And if you are a Connection, you have to wonder, do you start to ramp up the pressure? Do you get a little desperate here? Knowing now that you're down by 2 halfway through this third period. Obviously, it's just game 1, so a lot of series, a lot of hockey left to be played, but nevertheless, in terms of just this game specifically, do you see them maybe start to get a little bit more aggressive with the forecheck, take some chances offensively, start to camp up just a little bit to create some quick offense? They have it in the offensive zone as that puck almost trickled in past Surrey, but does not connect, and he's able to get a hold of that one, just barely. Offensive zone face-off here coming up for Connection. Tied up, battle for and won by Armeijan Kuri. As they'll set it up in their own zone, trying to move this thing forward, and it's turned over. Nice interception made by Sweden FTW. Over to K-Cash, and it's ended up being turned over, and here comes Armeijan Kuri down the other end. Controlled by Vertaskin. Poked off his stick. Nice defensive play there made by Dabo. Gives over to Jackie and back over to Dabo. Moves forward to K-Cash, now to Sweden FTW. Holding it, trying to move it back to the point, but it's intercepted by Efezu, who has some speed up the boards, goes behind the net. Looking for a passing option, doesn't have much, but still controls it. Poked off his stick, and now here comes Connection down the other end. There's a shot on there, saved by Kosserty, and a penalty going to be called against Connection unless they're actually pulling here. And a score. Armeijan Kuri scores. Connection was pulling the goalie. That would even confuse me, to be honest with you. They started to pull as Armeijan Kuri was going down the other end. And nearly made a no-look save there and did Gremling, but wasn't able to make that spectacular play as Armeijan Kuri now up by 3, a 4-1 score. And that goal more than likely going to pull it away. And we were just talking about his Connection, maybe look to take some risk. Tried to there by getting Gremling to join the fold offensively. Unfortunately, couldn't keep possession, and Gremling maybe pulled a little bit later than what he would have liked to, and that led to Connection giving up that goal. 4-1 lead now for Armeijan Kuri with 2:15 to play here in the third period. Armeijan Kuri working it in the offensive zone. As again, we do apologize for some of the little technical difficulties here on my end, but nevertheless, how about Armeijan Kuri? A 4-1 lead here so far. They have kept Connection to just 7 shots on net. As Armeijan Kuri trying to add on to it here a little bit, but not able to find much. Just 30 seconds remaining, less than that now, is an icing going to be called. And that sets up an interesting story here for game number 2. Connection not able to find a whole lot of offense here in this game 1, while Armeijan Kuri just continuing to do what they have done really all season long, just finding their way to goals. As there's just 13 seconds remaining, Armeijan Kuri, Connection trying to find a goal, and they do! Backhand shot scores! As it's Sweden FTW who puts it in the back of the net. So Connection, who we just talked about, we're going to have to look to find some offense here for this second game. End game 1 on left sour knows to get another look at it, splits the 2 defenders, gets it on the backhand, and is able to beat Caserti. It's using that speed to split the defenders now in the middle, so Connection gonna end things off on a positive note heading into the second game. Gosh, it makes you wonder about that decision to pull the goalie now. They'd be down by just 1 if not for that goal. Instead, Armeijan Kuri with a 2-goal advantage as the final seconds tick down, and that will do it. Armeijan Kuri, a 2-4 victory over Connection in game number 1. They draw first blood in the series. We'll head into game number 2 with that 1-0 advantage. As you saw some goal scoring from pretty much everyone on the Armeijan Kuri side. All 3 of their forwards able to get a goal in there. Vertaskin with a goal, Efe Zouk with a goal, Mutan and Malik with a goal as well. An all-around effort for this Armeijan Kuri squad as they go up in the game 2 with a 1-0 series lead as Connection to find their offensive groove here heading into this game 2. Again, a nice way to end it, getting that goal to end things off in game 1, but it won't impact too much as they'll still have to find their way to a game 2 victory to turn this series into a best of 5. Look at a couple of the big hits and hip check. We saw a few big hits thrown around this game, and I guess that's not too big of a surprise. Armeijan Kuri, they actually were one of the best teams in the division in terms of hits. They were not afraid to throw the body around as they had the second most hits of any team in the division with 665 during the regular season, so not surprising to see some hits thrown around. Connection not as known for it, just 231. That was, interestingly enough, the lowest number in their group, so not surprised to see the body thrown around a little bit, but we'll bring you back into the booth. Brandon B. Major Bigsby with you as Armeijan Kuri start this series out with a 4-2 victory. They take a 1-0 series lead over Connection. We'll have game number 2 on the other side of the break, but we're going to hear a quick word from our sponsors first. Do not go away, my friends. We'll be right back after this short break.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi. Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
All right, folks, we are back and ready to go for game number 2 of our series. We just saw Armeijan Kuri win game number 1, 4-2 over Conexion. We will be watching again from the perspective of Conexion, this time wearing their all-black home uniforms, a sharp look there. While for Armeijan Kuri, wearing their road whites, as We're underway for game 2. Armeijan Kuri with a 1-0 series lead. As controlling it now is Zook, but not able to have that for long, as now Conexion trying to move this thing forward, but not able to do so. We've seen a lot of those defensive stalemates throughout this series. It's really just been about taking advantage of opportunities. Which side's going to be able to do that the most here in this second game? This Conexion had it in the offensive zone, but couldn't hold on to it for long, as now Mutanen Malik moves it back over to Vertigo Seti, but pass to Vertatskin. Going to lead to an offside call with 17:23 to play. And those in the chat, tell us who you think is going to win this game. What do you got for your predictions? Tie up, face off, one back by Armeijan Kuri as they try to move this thing forward with a big hit there taken by Zook. Now allow Conexion to work in the offensive zone. Shot blocked in front there from the point. And now Armeijan Kuri will move this thing forward. Vertigo Seti controlling it. As a pass in front, puck loose, picked up by Sweden FTW. Now Conexion looking to move down the other end. This is K-Cash with it. Trying to move it back, but intercepted by Zook of Armeijan Kuri. Nice stick lift there by Dabo, however. And again, seeing a similar start to what we saw in game 1. Just a very tight defensive battle. Spaces of the essence, but there's not much of it. Shots are few and far between, but makes for a fun chess match between two teams. And that's what we're being treated here to so far in this game too. It's a neutral zone faceoff, tied up and won by Conexion. As K-Cash hit off that puck, but it's found by Jackie right behind him, trying to move it forward, but it's intercepted by Protaskin. And here comes Armeijan Kuri down the other end. Up to the point to Vertigo Seti. Shot tipped in front and off the post. That was Mutanen Malik who got a piece of that one, and man, oh man, he was close to getting the first goal of this game right there. The Conexion now with it in the offensive zone, hit from behind as Yaxi. Conexion still controlling it here in the neutral zone. K-Cash passes the blue line, gives it over to Jackie. Jackie at the left corner, bump from behind, but gets it back behind the net. Still being duressed there, and is able to get it off of his stick. And over to Sunakaskoya. It's a one-time blast there, saved by Gremlin. Man, oh man, the shot's coming quickly there for Armeijan Kuri. Now Conexion have it in the offensive end. Shot on, blockered away there by Caserti. It's controlled by Yaxi there as another shot, another save. And here comes Armeijan Kuri down the other way in the offensive zone. Was controlled there for a moment by Suna Kaskoistaya. Was given over to Zook. Controlled by Zook. Can't keep for long. It's a big hit there on the boards after the turnover. And Conexion now in the offensive end. One-time blast, this time from Yaxi. Saved on the blocker. Another shot on the wraparound attempt. It was hit off of the stick of Sweden FTW. Armeijan Kuri in the offensive end now. 5 minutes and a half to play. Another shot. That one saved by Gremlin. Less than 5.5 to play here in the first period. All of a sudden, these two teams have opened things up. Sweden FTW at the right corner. Holding it, looking for a passing play, and goes over to Yaxi. Yaxi at the left face-off circle. Holding it, gives it up down low to K-Cash. A shot on, save made by Caserti. Full pressure for Conexion. Armeijan Kuri looking to get it out here. It's controlled by Mutanen Malik, turned over, however, as Conexion gets it back. Worked in by Jackie, but turned over, and here comes Armeijan Kuri down the other end. Sunikas Kostaya had to just put that one in the offensive end as it's found and held on to by Gremlin. 4 shots apiece for both of these two sides with 2:26 to play in the first period. Still looking for our first goal of the game. This Conexion has in the offensive end now. Controlled by Sweden FTW in the right corner. Moves it up to the point. Gets it back. Sweden looking shot on. They scored! A cross-crease play to K-Cash. And Conexion strikes first. A 1-0 lead late in the first period. As we get another look at the replay. And how about this pass across? Finding K-Cash at that slot area. And leave no doubt about it, it was cash money indeed. Was able to beat Caserti. And Connection with their first lead of the series, a 1-0 advantage. As they win the neutral zone face-off, and could they potentially be looking for more here? Maxi with it over to Sweden, shot on, stopped by Caserti, and he'll hold on for the whistle. As you see some of the Connection fans in the chat loving what they're seeing. Always fun to see some of these teams in the lower divisions get some support in the chat. And always fun to see each side supporters make their presence known. As an offensive zone face-off coming up for Connection. Puck tied up and won by Armeijan Kuri in the defensive zone. He's controlled by Mutanen Malik. And a delayed penalty going to be called as Armeijan Kuri will head to the power play. A tripping call going to go against Sweden FTWs. You got to look at where it happened. Right there, as they were crossing the blue line. As Hefe Suk was able to draw that one, and now will give Armeijan Kuri their first power play from either side that we've seen in the series. Now remember, Armeijan Kuri had the worst power play in the division during the regular season. They also have a power play that is around 6% in the playoffs so far, as they have a chance there. Shot on was stopped by Grebling. And that will do it for period number 1. Connection with a 1-0 lead after 20 minutes. So it's the man on your screen, K-Cash. They got the goal to kick things off. Beautiful pass from Sweden FTW, finding his left winger over in the center, and left no doubt about it. Beat some blocker side and able to give Connection that 1-goal lead after 20 minutes of play. As we'll get a look at the stats there from that first period, and again, Connection just continuing to find some chances, finding some time on attack, getting more shots, however, than what they did throughout the entirety of that game number 1. Only had 8 shots in that first game in total, and they're already up to 6 so far through the first period. As you get one more look at that goal. Just that pass perfectly placed to K-Cash. To give Connection that 1-goal advantage. As we get ready for period number 2, you want to make sure we shout out our sponsors once again. Covenant.Kisi, Game Changer, and WellNet for their amazing support of the ECL and SportsGamer GG. Amazing supporters all season long. A big thank you to them. What we do would not be possible without them. As Armeijan Kuri on the power play in the offensive zone, trying to work it around. Puck loose, battled for, and found by Jackie. As he's going to be able to move this thing forward and finds Yaxi with some speed up the right boards. Has it behind the net now. Is tied up, still controlling it. This is a lot of time being killed off here by Connection, as Armeijan Kuri finally able to get off his stick, but about half of that power play was killed off by Connection there on that offensive possession. And you're seeing some of the power play woes of Armeijan Kuri right in front of your very eyes, as Connection able to get one more clear out, and out of the box is Sweden FTW. So back to even strength, and Armeijan Kuri, their power play struggles continue here. They have the puck in the neutral zone, dump it in, and it's given chase and found first by Jackie for Connection. Moves it forward to Sweden. Sweden FTW with it, trying to pass across once again. It's disrupted, and Armeijan Kuri now will take up possession. Mutanen Malik with it, trying to pass this across over to Hefe Suk, but nothing there for him. An offside going to be called as the initial zone face-off coming up. This Connection holding a 1-0 lead here as we approach the 14-minute mark, as a chance for Armeijan Kuri was denied. Get Armeijan Kuri winning game number 1, 4-2. Connection looking to tie this series up. Armeijan Kuri looking to take a 2-0 series lead. Again, not really able to see too much on my screen right now. I'm looking at a side feed, so that's why I'm not calling the minute-to-minute action necessarily, but nevertheless, Connection holding on to that 1-goal lead as we approach the halfway point of this game, as we have everything up on our side now. We do appreciate you guys being patient with us, as Armeijan Kuri control it in the offensive end. Held over at that right corner. There's a shot on there, saved by Gremling, picked up in front of him by Jackie, and Connection now working down the other end. Yaxi over to Sweden, shot on. Stopped there by Cassidy. It's a pass in front, shot on, blocked another shot. That one goes wide. Picked up by Dabo at the right wall and give it over to Yaxi. Nice little toe drag move, holding on, pass across there, intercepted, but puck still being scrummed for and found by Armeijan Kuri. Tana Malik with it, trying to give that one back over to Vertigo Seti, and Armeijan Kuri now going to set the offense up, 6.5 to play. In the offensive end. Fazuk with it over to Verta. Taskin over at the boards, taking off fist stick. A nice defensive play made by Connection. Here they work into the offensive zone. Sweden FTW past the blue line. Nice poke check from behind, but he keeps it and ends up losing it right after. Fazuk could not find some space there. Nice interception and Connection now in the offensive end once again. Feels like these two teams are just alternating between flurries of offense and just flurries of defensive stalemates. It's been a very back and forth contest between the two. As Armeijan Kuri forced offside there as Tana Malik couldn't find any space in the offensive end. Zone face-off coming up. Puck tied up and found by Armeijan Kuri as they'll have to go all the way back and set their offense up. Kuri backhand shot from Katskostaya was well off, and Connection going to work it up into the offensive zone. Sweden FTW trying to pass it across over to Yaxi, but could not find it, but now Armeijan Kuri in the offensive end themselves. F.A. Zook didn't have much, and Connection now up the ice with speed. Jackie controlling it, slows it down a little bit, gives it up over to Sweden FTW, who's going to draw a penalty and a power play coming up for Connection. And remember, Connection over 40% on the power play so far this postseason. They have been stellar on that side of things, while they're going up against a penalty kill in Armeijan Kuri, who are the best penalty kill in the division during the regular season at 96.55%. So great power play versus great PK. As Connection have it in the offensive zone, looking for one quick shot as a shot there goes wide from the point. One more chance for Connection. Shot blocked in front. And now I'll do it for the end of the second period. Connection holding on to that 1-goal lead that they had at the end of the first. And they'll have a power play to start out the third and final frame. They hold on to their 1-goal advantage here. Seven shots compared to 6. So in terms of the opportunities, the shots have been relatively even for these two sides, but Connection with the slight advantage in terms of time on attack. You see Armeijan Kuri with the heavy advantage and hits 18-4. Something we mentioned, Connection, not a team that likes to hit a lot. They had the fewest in their group, 233, while with Armeijan Kuri, 665 hits during the regular season, second most in the divisions. We're underway. The third period of Game 2. Connection looking to hold on and tie the series at 1 apiece as that shot blocked it away by Gremling. And Connection now trying to move it forward into the offensive end. Have it over in the right corner, moved up to the point. The shot tipped in front, but goes wide. It's Armeijan Kuri able to clear this out and win the offensive zone again as Connection, but not able to hold on to it for long as Kostaya dump it out, but Connection gets it back. One-time blast there from Yaxi, stopped by Kasserti with just 2 seconds to go on the power play. Offensive zone draw coming up here for Connection. To the left side of Kasserti. One over to Yaxi, trying to pass in front. Shot goes off of the stick of Kasserti as Armeijan Kuri back to even strength as they got their man out of the box and Sweden FTW controls it. Shot on there from K-Cash, it's blocked. Puck loose behind the net. Battled for and found by Sweden. Up to the point to Jackie. One-time blast there, picked up in front by Vertigo Seti. Gives it up over to Mutanen Malik. Now up to Hefezuk, who has it at the right board. Shot in front, doesn't get off as it's found by Gremling, who will hold on and freeze it. Offensive zone draw coming up for Armeijan Kuri. One back cleanly to Vertigo Seti, but taken off his stick by Yaxi, who tried to push that one forward, but it was intercepted. Sunakas Kostaya with it. There's some duress and finds his defensive partner in Vertigo Seti, who moves out to Mutanen Malik and now gets it back. Trying to push his way through the defense. Nice job there from Connection to avoid any shot. They now have it in the offensive zone. Connection control, a shot on, saved there by Kasserti. Another chance in front, but picked up by Armeijan Kuri. Go off that full pressure meter of Connection. Trying to Malik with it up to the point. Shot on, tipped in front, blocked. Armeijan Kuri still with possession, however. As the puck loose in front, found by Gremling, who will hold on and freeze it. With 11:39 to play here in regulation. So get a look at another one of the big hits laid on by Armeijan Kuri. We've talked about their hitting, how prevalent of a part that is in their defensive game. Actually, they have experienced the full brunt of it so far through these first 5 periods in a series as a tip in front scores! Hefezuk ties the game for Armeijan Kuri. It happened in the blink of an eye. You get a look at the replay, that rip from the point from Sunakas Kostaya. And leave it to Hefezuk right where he needed to be. Puts that puck in the back of the net. His 29th goal of the postseason. Excuse me, his 30th goal of the postseason. Scored one in game 1 as well. And all of a sudden, we are tied up at 1. This Connection moving this forward past the blue line. Controlled by K-Cash, but poked off his stick. And now Armeijan Kuri trying to move forward, but they lose in the neutral zone. Jackie gives over to K-Cash, trying to force that pass down the middle, but it was intercepted. And here comes Armeijan Kuri down the other end. Turned over, his Connection now has possession. Yaxi with it. Moves it back to the point. Jackie, shot on there from Dabo, but blocked in front, and Armeijan Kuri down the other end on a 4-on-3. It's a shot on there, blockered away. Sunakas Kostaya that had it. Less than 7.5 to play. We are now tied up at 1. Armeijan Kuri evening this thing up with that tip shot in front. Pass in front, shot on save. Another pass across. That one doesn't connect with Sweden. Connection still in the offensive zone, working it around. Yaxi with it at the high slot. One-time blast from Jackie, blockered away. Both these two goalies spectacular so far as Mutanen Malik. One-time blast hits the post! Hefezuk denied by the pipe. Has Connection in the offensive end now. Poked off of the stick of Sweden FTW. And Armeijan Kuri gonna set their offense up with 3.5 minutes to play here in regulation. Could we see our first overtime of the finals? We've seen an overtime in every single final series so far across all of our divisions. Elite, Pro, Light, Core looking to potentially join the party here. Get a neutral zone face-off coming up. Excuse me, an offensive zone face-off coming up, rather, for Connection. It looks like Armeijan Kuri gonna call a timeout to kill off full pressure. As you see the stats, Connection with the advantage in time and attack, a pretty heavy advantage at that, over 7 minutes, while Armeijan Kuri with just 446. 14 shots compared to 11 in favor of Connection as well. They've been the better team statistically compared to Armeijan Kuri, but nevertheless, it's all about who can take advantage. We talked about that at the beginning of this game. All about capitalizing on opportunities, taking advantage, and so far, both of these sides have been relatively stalemated. Connection with that one goal in the later stages of the first period, and we saw Armeijan Kuri just now halfway through tie things up with that tip play in front. The goal being scored by Hefezuk for Armeijan Kuri, while on the other side it was for K-Cash for Connection. As we approach the 1 minute mark, we're still tied at 1. Will we get overtime? Connection have it in the offensive zone. They're working it around. Trying to find that play, but just not able to do so far. Again, the defense just spectacular so far for both of these two teams. Both of them looking for what would be the game winner more than likely with just about 30 seconds to go. Can Armeijan Kuri find it? Not able to on that possession as Connection working down the other end. Another defensive stop. That puck can go all the way down the other end and lead to an icing. 14.5 seconds to go. Chance there potentially there for Connection, but able to jump on it there was Casturdi. Just under 11 seconds to go. One more chance here for Connection. Or for Armeijan Kuri if they can find a quick counterattack down the other end. Chance here for Connection, just a few seconds left there. A nice defensive play, however, made by Armeijan Kuri. And folks, we're going to go to an overtime. We're tied at 1. Who's going to be able to take game number 2? Again, all of our finals in each of our divisions have made it to an overtime. Looks like the core division going to join the party. Who's going to take this game 2? Connection trying to make this a 1-1 series. Armeijan Kuri trying to go up 2-0. All right, we are dealing with a few technical difficulties on our side, so we apologize for not call of the goal. Connected with the overtime winner. They win this game 2-1. Phenomenal performance from both goaltenders. But nevertheless, you get a look at how it happened. As Conexion wasting no time, they worked their way in the offensive zone. Nice little tic-tac-toe play. Puts that puck in the back of the net, and it's the centerman, Sweden FTW, with his 29th goal of the postseason, gets the game winner for Conexion. A huge game winner to tie this series up at 1 apiece. Again, we do apologize for some of the technical difficulties having on our side. We appreciate you guys staying patient and being understanding with us. Conexion, with a big 2-1 win, they tied the series up and turned it into a best of 5. We're going to take a short break, get things set up for game number 3. Do not go anywhere, my friends. We've got a fun series on tap, back and forth between two of the best teams in the core division. We'll be right back in just a few moments.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi. Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
All right, we are back and ready to go. For game number 3, we just saw Conexion win game 2, 2-1 in overtime. And how about Conexion? You know, you talk about how dominant this team has been and how they've been able to kind of just run through the core division. 4-1 now in overtime games during the playoffs. Only played in 1 overtime game all regular season, so those to show you they can win the close game too, as Armeijan Kuri trying to find a quick opportunity. We're watching from the perspective of Conexion in their road whites. Armeijan Kuri in their home red uniforms. The shot on, gloved in by offensive zone draw here coming up for Connection. They win it in the offensive zone. Looked over to Jackie at the point. Down to Dabo. Down to Yaxie. At the right boards. Moves it down low to K-Cash. Up to the point again to Jackie. Shot on. Save made by Caserti. And we'll hold on for the whistle once again. And Connection establishing themselves early here in the offensive zone. Face off to the right side of Kasuri. One in the defensive zone by Armeijan Kuri. Moving forward is going to Staya, but turned over almost immediately as Connection get it, but they turn it back over. Malik, that's across there, trying to feed Bertoskin. There's another chance there. Shot doesn't reach the net as it was blocked in front. Moving it forward, now it's Connection. Cash has it at the left board. Trying to pass it in front. Shot on, and they score! Sweden FTW, the overtime hero from game 2, kicks off the scoring here in game number 3. As you get another look at it, able to just pick that puck up right in front, off the post, off the back, into the back of the net. That puck took quite the trip, but it found its way to its intended destination for Connection. They have a 1-0 lead to start this game out, not even 5 minutes in. They have it in the offensive zone once again. It was passed in by Yaxie, but could not find the connection there. No pun intended. And his backhand shot attempted there, stopped by Gremlin. First shot of the day for Armeijan Kuri. Jackie within the neutral zone for Connection. Just going to go back and reset over to Dabo. Moves it forward to K-Cash. K-Cash trying to move it up to Sweden, but did not find anything as Armeijan Kuri now in the neutral zone and pushing forward. Controlled by Malik as it's turned over and intercepted by K-Cash. Yaxie with it, dumps it down low. K-Cash with it behind the net, trying to move it up to the point to Jackie, but turned over and intercepted by Armeijan Kuri. Dumped into the offensive zone, puck given chase, and icing going to be negated, but Connection still going to be able to get possession. Puck in neutral zone, nice poke check there by Hefe Zook as a shot on, blocked it away by Gremlin. Moving forward is Dabo, up the right boards, up to Sweden. Sweden, nice play disrupted there by Suna Kaskostaya as he tried to push it forward himself, and it's turned over again. Again, the defense of both of these two teams has been the story so far. This Connection, dump it into the offensive end. Puck going to be found first by Vertigo Seti. Taskin with it. Turned over as here comes Connection down the other end. 2-on-2 as K-Cash had it poked off the stick. Nice pressure by Suna Kaskostaya, but Connection not able to keep it. Armeijan Kuri now pushing into the offensive end. Nice poke check there made by Yaxie, and here he comes down the other way with some help. As a pass across there, intercepted by Suna Kaskostaya. And Kuri in the offensive end now. Bumped off, and Connection trying to push forward, but another turnover. Less than 5 minutes to play. Connection with a 1-0 lead. That opening goal by Sweden FTW, giving them that 1-goal advantage. And here comes Connection once again. Nice move. Draws the penalty. Yaxie getting fancy and will put his team on a power play. Going to the box would be Vertigo Seti. Get another look there at the penalty. No doubt about that one. As Connection will head to the power play for the second time in this series. They're not successful on their first attempt in game 2. As Armeijan Kuri trying to clear this out. Not able to do so the first time, but the second time it works as they get it into the neutral zone. It's controlled by Jackie, moves it in past the blue line and up to K-Cash. K-Cash trying to feed Sweden, but it's turned over. Picked up by Hefe Zook, and now for Taskin, going to dump this one out cleanly. Moving it forward, now it's Connection. They get back into the offensive zone. Yaxie with it. To the point to Jackie. Jackie, back over to Dabo, and he scores! The captain, Dabo, capitalizes on the power play for Connection. And it's a 2-0 lead for the number 5 seed, and you get a look at how it happened. Just a great rip from the point. And Kuri not able to get his glove on it. And Dabo, leading his team, he wears a C on his chest, gets on the scoreboard. His 4th goal of the playoffs. It's a 2-0 advantage now for Conexion, their largest lead of the day. Conexion working it down the other end here, looking for more. K-Cash controlling it at the left boards, less than a minute to play. One-time rip there was denied by Kuri. Conexion have found something here offensively. Let's take a look at a big hit there taken on by Hefesuk. As Conexion get an offensive zone face-off here. Kicked back over to Yoxi. He doesn't move as... Boy, that was unfortunate there for Conexion. Ryan Kuri in the offensive zone. We can't exactly see what's going on, but now we got is a shot on there. Not going to be able to find the netting, as that will do it for period number 1. Conexion with a 2-0 lead. A goal from Sweden FTW, who won the game for Conexion in overtime in game 2, and then that one-time rip from Dabo at the point, giving his team a 2-0 advantage heading into the second period. Now, as you take a look at the stats, it's been all Conexion for the most part here in this game. 5-3 in terms of the shots, and a nice advantage in terms of time and attack as well, as you get a look there again at that breakaway attempt, but could not find anything. That was what we missed after that play where Yaxi got the puck and just couldn't move. Gremlin with a huge save there for Conexion. We talked about how big Gremlin has been, led the division with 8 shutouts during the regular season. Double the amount of any other goaltender. An 80.9 save percentage coming in to this finals during the postseason, and showed why right there with a big save, as we are ready to go for period number 2. Conexion have it in the neutral zone. They're trying to push it forward as Sweden FTW dumps it in behind the net. It's found first by Armeijan. Controlled by Lieutenant Malik, as he gives it back to the point to Vertigo Seti. Behind the net, turned over, and here comes Conexion down the other way. Yaxi with it, holding, waiting, nice move, trying to pass it across the K-Cash, but couldn't connect. 17:30 to play. Armeijan with it. Back over at the right corner and picked up by Armeijan. That pass to the point goes awry, and it's going to force a reset. Controlled by Sunakaskostaya. Neutral zone poked off his stick, but there he goes steady behind him to pick it up. Moves it up to Lieutenant Malik. Turned over. Cash with it now for Conexion. Yahtzee with it, shot on, blockered away by Kuri. Armeijan now trying to counterattack down the other way. Lieutenant Malik with it, but poked off his stick. Control by Conexion, pass in front, shot on, they score! Yoxi gets credited for the goal, and Conexion now up by 3. Get another look at it, as it was hard to tell for a minute if it was going to be Sweden or Yoxi that would get credit for the goal. They were both right in that blue paint, jamming at that puck. But it's the right winger Yoxi with his 25th goal of the playoffs. And Conexion up 3-0 almost halfway through this game. A team known for its defense showing out on offense here. And Armeijan, a team that, as we mentioned, one of the highest scoring teams in the division. We're top 10 in goals for per game at over 4. Just 3 shots on net as we approach the halfway point. They just took a penalty, so Connection have a power play coming up as a sweeping backhand from Yaxi. Another shot, that one denied by Kosserty. Connection still on the prowl. Cycling it around the offensive zone. It's controlled by Yaxi up to the point to Dabo. Over to Jackie at the left point. Gives it up over to Sweden FTW. Puck behind the net and finally touched up on by Armeijan. Kuri is going to the box. Will be Mutana Malik. So the leader in points for this Armeijan Kuri team going to head to the box for interference. And Connection, who scored on the power play earlier with that one-time rip from Dabo, are back on the man advantage once again. Over 40% on the power play so far during their playoff run. Looking to add to that here as they have a chance here. 2-on-1 pass across disrupted. The Connection gets it back. Jackie the point. One-time blast and they score! Sweden! FTW! His second goal of the game. His third of the finals. And Connection is pulling away from the number 2 seed, Armeijan Kuri. As you get another look at the replay. 2 for 2 on the power play in Game 3, our Connection. And they have been throttling this Armeijan Kuri team so far in this Game 3. 10 shots to 3 in their favor. They have more goals than Armeijan Kuri have shots. And I'm sure the Connection supporters in chat absolutely loving what they are seeing from their team. A 4-0 lead. Over halfway through this game, and Armeijan Kuri looking for any type of momentum they can get as a one-time shot saved by Gremling. Another chance here is a shot blockered away by Gremling once again. A battle for the corner, found by Connection. Sweden FTW with it. Has K-Cash with him, trying to pass it back to the point and does. Jackie, one-time shot there from Yaxi was denied and saved by Kosserty. Offensive zone draw here coming up once again for Connection. They have a 4-0 lead with 7:11 to go here in the second period. Puck loose, getting chased, found by Dabo as Connection will set up the offense. Move forward to Yaxi. Yaxi controlling it, puts on a move, holding at the corner and gives it back to the point. Dabo controlling it, shot on, tipped in front there by Sweden, but saved. Battled for over at the left boards, found by K-Cash. Shot on, save made again from Kosserty. And he'll hold on for another stoppage. Connection pouncing all over this Armeijan Kuri team. When we talk about the offense of Armeijan Kuri, the defense was top 10 in the division as well. So this is not a team that's used to allowing this many goals. An offensive zone face-off upcoming here for Connection. They have full pressure activated as they want it. Yaxi, puck loose in front. Yaxi gets it back, looking for a play. Shot in front there, stop. Still pressuring. Jackie with it at the point. Gives up to K-Cash in the left corner. Pass across there, picked off there by Hefezu, but turned over by Armeijan Kuri. Sweden FTW with it at the left corner. Up to the point to Jackie. One-time shot saved. There's a chance there for Connection denied, but they get it back once again. Sweden FTW shot, saved that time by Kosserty, as we'll hold on for the stoppage with 1:55 to go here in the second period. Connection going to get another offensive zone draw here coming up. Looking around, shot from the point, stopped by Kosserty once again. For those curious, by the way, you look back at Armeijan Kuri's season, we talked about how it's not often that they allowed this many goals. The highest goal total that they have allowed so far this season is 5. That was against Nordic Nosebleed on April 27th. They also allowed 5 goals against Zamboni Zerdos on June 1st during their playoff run as they try to get their first goal right there, but was denied. And here comes Connection down the other end. 4 seconds to go. Is controlled by K-Cash. His pass was errant to the point. Now I'll do it for period number 2. Connection up by 4. A 4-0 lead over Armeijan Kuri. They are in full control of the team and they're looking to take it on home. Let's get another look at the power play goal from Sweden FTW on that one-time rip. And it's all Connection. A very stable Connection so far in this game 3. It'll be interesting to see the stat comparison between these two sides, just seeing how dominant this Connection team have been, and just Armeijan Kuri not able to get much, and saw the stats there for a moment. Definitely backs up the eye test as you get a look at the 3 goals that we saw. That one right there in front is just kind of a scramble for it, and putting it in was Yaxi. And then that one-time blast that we saw in the power play over from Sweden FTW. And really, Connection started this game out hot, scored the first 5 minutes, and never looked back. So we look to hold on to this 4-goal lead as we enter the final frame. We want to make sure we shout out our sponsors once again. Covenant Accuracy, Game Changer, and Well, and a big thank you to them for their amazing support. And make sure you check out the deals that we got going on from our friends over at WellNet and Game Changer. You can find the links to those in our Twitch chat throughout our broadcast coverage here today. It's a neutral zone face-off coming up. It's won by Connection as they'll set their offense up. Picked up by K-Cash, moves it forward to Sweden. Back to K-Cash, over at the left corner. Gives it back to Sweden down behind the net, who goes up to the point. As Dabo's shot saved by Kasuri as it's picked up by one of his teammates. Now Armeijan Kuri moving it forward. Kind of Malik with it. Pass across there from Hefe Zook. Puck still loose and found by Connection. Armeijan Kuri not able to get a shot on there. You see they're pressuring on the forecheck. They know they've got to pull out everything they can here, down by 4. Connection shot in front there. Stopped barely by Kasuri. Almost had that puck trickling past him, but he was able to jump on it. Offensive zone draw coming up once again for Connection. You see the shots there, 19-5 in favor of Connection. As the face-off won by Armeijan Kuri as they move it forward in the offensive zone. It's controlled by Hefe Zook, but picked up there by Connection on the defensive play. And your Connection, you're just not one to take many risks. You're up by 4, just 14 minutes to go. You just don't want Armeijan Kuri to get any momentum heading into this game 4 to potentially even pull off the miraculous 4-goal comeback. As a shot from Yaxi is blocked away. As another shot there, that one saved that time by Kasuri. Connection still pushing, but the pass to the point goes awry. Going to be given chase, found by Connection as they'll have to earn their way back into the offensive zone. It's controlled by Sweden, who gets past the blue line. Puts on a move, has it, pass in front there. Shot denied off of the stick of Kasuri. Another pass shot in front, saved again by Kasuri, who will hold on for the whistle once again. Kasuri, 18 saves on 22 shots, while unfortunately not a whole lot of help in front of him. Just 5 shots for Armeijan Kuri so far as a team. So again, just nothing but pure dominance so far here for Connection. Armeijan Kuri just trying to find the rhythm once again as Connection have full pressure. They lost that puck, and they're going to have to earn their way back into the offensive zone. They do here with Yaxi controlling it at the right boards. Under some pressure, bump from behind and loses possession as Armeijan Kuri dumped that one out and away. No icing going to be called. Halfway through this 3rd period. Jackie with it, moves it up to K-Cash. At the left boards, holding it, shot on, poked away. And a big hit laid on there behind the net by Vertigo Seti. And that's going to win Armeijan Kuri possession. Moving it forward here is Tuna Kaskastaya. There's some duress and ends up turning it over. Maxi with it. Up to Sweden FTW, holding it, waiting for a pass shot, and they score! K-Cash! puts it in past Kuri, and Connection keep the good times rolling. A 5-0 lead in game 3 as you get another look at it. And that's going to be a play that Armeijan Kuri, they're going to look back on, and they're going to want a better defensive effort. You see 2 defenders are, they're over by the right post. And you see that just left K-Cash all alone in that low slot area. He puts it in the back of the net. 23 shots, 5 of them have been goals for Connection. They have matched goals with Armeijan Kuri half shots. A 5-0 lead as we approach the late stages of this game. 6.5 minutes to play. Is a chance here for Connection again. It's controlled by Sweden FTW. Wraparound attempt found by Kuri. Armeijan Kuri trying to push this forward and just get something on the scoreboard. Dump it in, and it's found first by Connection. Big hit laid on there, however, by Zook, as that's going to give Armeijan Kuri a chance to forecheck. Another big hit laid on, that time from Lieutenant Malik. The Connection able to avoid all that duress, and they're in the offensive zone as the pass across turned over. Lieutenant Malik got the interception. As the Taskin controls it, pass across there, intercepted on the attempt to Zook. 3-on-2 here for Connection. There's a stop from Sweden, scores! A hat trick for Sweden FTW, and Connection with a 6-0 lead over Armeijan Kuri. The most goals Armeijan Kuri have given up in a game all season long. Well, this is not the first time we've seen Connection do this. This is I'm counting it up right now, the 5th time that they have scored, or actually no, excuse me. This is the 7th time that they have scored at least 6 goals in a game. The highest that they've scored all season was 9 against Dynamo HC in game 3 of the semifinals. They've scored 6 on a few times, they've scored 7, they've scored 8. 2 minutes remaining, they've spotted a touchdown on this Armeijan Kuri team that, as we mentioned, top 10 in the division during the regular season in goals allowed. As it's controlled by Connection again, pass across, trying to get that shot off his K-Cash, but he could not do so cleanly. I can't help but the feel for Kuri. He has done all that he can. 18 saves on 24 shots, but it's going to be a 6-0 blowout potentially on the final score sheet. That shot blocked away by Gremlin. There's another shot from the point. That one was a one-timer, but it was saved again by Gremlin. So 2 straight shots for Armeijan Kuri. Trying to break onto the score sheet. Just 35 seconds remaining. Yeah, look at another big hit laid on there. Typically, it's been Armeijan Kuri that have been laying the lumber, but this time it was Connection just doing everything in this game. 35.2 seconds to play. Face off 1 in the defensive zone by Connection. Moved up the ice on that slap shot, banked off of the boards. Up, battled for and found by Connection. 22 seconds to go. Cash up to Sweden FTW. Oh, it's picked up by Axie. He came out of nowhere. Over at the right boards, he's just going to dump this behind the net. Picked up in the left corner. There's 10 seconds remaining for Taskin. Turns it over. And Connection. Is it safe to say? Maybe not yet. Okay, now it is, as they're going to get a power play as Suna Kaskoistaya will take a penalty here. It's going to be a shutout victory for Connection. 3.9 seconds remaining. They have an offensive zone face-off coming up. That face-off won back. Ooh, maybe looking for one more goal there with Sweden. The hat-trick, maybe not enough for him. But that'll do it. Connection with a 6-0 shutout victory. Second shutout of the playoffs for Gremlin. The division's leader in shutouts during the regular season with 8 gets his second of this postseason run. Nothing short of a dominant victory for the club from the UK. They take a 2-1 series lead heading into an all-important Game 4, and they have all the momentum on their side to boot. As you saw, Kuri with a 75 save percentage there. Not too shabby considering the final scoreline, but we bring it back into the booth. Armeijan with you here on the call. Connection with a dominant victory in game number 3. A massive game 4 heading up here, folks. Connection looking to take a 3-1 series lead. Armeijan Kuri looking to turn this series into a best of 3. Who's going to be able to take it? We're going to find out here in just a few minutes. But before we do that, we're going to take a short break, let these two teams get things set up. Hear a quick word from our sponsors, and when we come back, we will have puck drop for game number 4 on the other side. Do not go away, my friends. Grab a snack, grab a drink, take yourself a breath, because we've got some really important action here in this series coming up in just a few moments.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi. minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
All right, we are back with game number 4, an important game number 4 for this series. Connection with a dominant 6-0 win. In game number 3, they take a 2-1 series lead, and all of a sudden, game 4, a massive swing game. A 3-1 series lead on the line for Connection, a best-of-3 series on the line for Armeijan and Kuri, as we will once again be watching from the perspective of Connection, wearing their all-black home uniforms, while Armeijan and Kuri wearing their road white and reds. If you're just now joining us and you weren't with us earlier on, Armeijan and Kuri kicked off the series with a 4-2 win. Connection actually scored that second goal very late in the third period, so could have very well been 4-1, but ever since then, Connection has found their groove, a 2-1 overtime win in game number 2, and then that 6-0 blowout that we just saw in game 3, but an important game for both of these teams as that shot saved off the toe of Gremling. Another shot in front saved again by Gremling. Armeijan and Kuri looking like they have some pep in their step right now as Connection able to get out of their own zone for a minute and they now pick it up in the neutral zone. Yaxie with it, holding it at the left corner as he gets it behind the net. Moving over to Sweden. At the right corner, had a hat trick in that last game as Connection trying to work it around in the offensive end. Yaxie with it over to K-Cash. K-Cash back to Sweden. Sweden up to the point to Jackie. One-time shot there from Dabo, block. And now Armeijan and Kuri trying to push forward, but it's turned over in the neutral zone. Big hit, and Armeijan and Kuri gets it back. F.A. Zook with it over at the right wall. Big shot there, so big that it broke the stick of Suna Kaskostaya. As an offside going to be called on Connection as they try to work it into the offensive end. As you get a look there at the big hit laid on by Hefezuk. Talked about the hitting of Armeijan and Kuri throughout the night, one of the staples of what they like to do defensively. You saw it right there as they win the neutral zone face-off, and Vertigo Steady moves it forward, off of the board, shot on, blockered away by Gremling. Nice little set play, another shot, one-timer was swept aside by Gremling once again. Full pressure for Armeijan and Kuri. At the left corner, controlled by Mutayan Malik. Looking to pass it back up to the point, that's another shot, that one just goes wide. Control the point, another shot, that one intercepted in front by Jackie, and here comes Connection down the other end. Armeijan and Kuri look like a completely different team from the one we saw in game 3. Flowing on offense, stifling Connection a little bit defensively as well. As you see Connection forced to dump it out and give up on the break-in. Those are the things we didn't see from Armeijan and Kuri in that game 3. It's controlled in front, puck battled for, found by Mutan and Malik, gives it up to the point. Suna Kaskostaya. That shot was saved by Gremling, and now Connection working down the other end. At the left boards. Holding it. Looking. There's some pressure from behind as Mutan and Malik able to get that off the stick, but Connection trying to still battle to get it back, but they do end up turning it over, and Suna Kaskostaya will get up to Vertaskin to set the breakout up. The side over to Vertigo Seti as he dumps it in. Puck found first by Connection. 4.5 to play here in the first period. Still looking for our opening goal as Connection in the offensive zone, but poked off their stick, and Taskin pushes it forward to Hefezuk. At the point, it's Vertigo Seti. Puts it down low. Tony Malik with it. Back to Vertaskin. Vertaskin shot on, goes over the net, and will sky all the way down to the other end of the ice. So Armeijan and Kuri going to be forced to reset and work their way back into the offensive zone. Jones for Taskin. The left corner, under some pressure, but gives it up to the point. Vertigo Seti with it, puts on a move, shot on, blocked in front. Puck loose behind the net, found by Connection. Just over a minute to play. Sweden FTW with it, holding it, trying to give it over to Yaxie. Yaxie finds it, moving forward, pass across it, they score! Who else but Sweden FTW once again? And Connection with a 1-0 lead in the latter stages of the first period. Similar shades of what we saw in game number 2. As you get another look at the replay, as that pass across over to Sweden finds him in stride with 33 seconds left. He puts it in the back of the net. Connection with a 1-goal lead, just 10 seconds remaining. Dumped in, but given chase and found first by Armeijan Kuri, looking for one more chance. Utani Malik with it, gives it over to Hefe Zook, but could not find a shot. And that'll do it for the opening 20 minutes. Don't think we're going to have a scoreless draw, but Connection, just 33 seconds remaining, able to find the goal, a 1-0 lead. Number 5 seed at the end of the first period. As we'll take a peek at the stats, and it was all Armeijan Kuri really for the first half of this game. They had 5 shots on net. They had a good bit of time on attack, but Connection, just 2 shots on net. That's all they needed to get their first goal. As you get one more look at it, that pass just perfectly placed there from Yaxi. Able to hit Sweden. Put that one in the back of the net. A 1-0 lead for Connection. As we entered the second period of play, we want to make sure we shout out our sponsors once again. COVID-19, Game Changer, and WellNet. A big thank you to all 3 of them for their great support of the ECL and SportsGamer GG all season long. The shot from Vertaskin was stopped by Kosody, who will hold on for the freeze. Offensive zone draw coming up here for Armeijan Kuri. To the right side of Gremlin. One back by Armeijan Kuri, picked up by Vertigo Seti. Utani Malik with it, could not find much. It's turned over in Connection, working quickly down the other end. This is Yahtzee with it, and he scores! A one-man show, speeding his way up the left boards. And Connection now up by 2. As you get a look at the replay, Yaxi putting on the move, creating the space, gets it to that backhand, and Kasari kind of favoring over to his right side. Gave up a lot of space for that backhand. Yaxi able to recognize it, capitalizes, and puts his team up by a pair. A 2-0 lead for Connection. And all of a sudden, Armeijan Kuri, they have got to be feeling a little bit of heat under them. Being down by 2 in this game and being down 2-1 in the series. It is a best of 7 once again, but you go down 3-1, you put yourselves in a position where you have to win 3 straight to win the series. And again, Connection in these playoffs have yet to have a series go further than 5 games. So a trepidatious position to be in if you are Armeijan Kuri, but they will have a power play coming up as a tripping going to be called against Jackie. So he'll head to the box for Connection. Well, remember, Armeijan Kuri, they have struggled on the power play so far, not just in this postseason, but really all season long. Single-digit percentage in both the postseason and regular season when they've had the man advantage. A one-time blast stopped by Gremling. That was Vertigo Seti that let that one rip. As we go back to the regular season numbers for Armeijan Kuri on the power play, 5.71%. That was the worst in the division. It's a delayed penalty going to be called on Connection once again, so a 5-on-3 coming up. This time it's Sweden FTW who will head to the box for tripping. As we get a look at where and how it happened, yeah, he just kind of got piece of Hefe Zook there as he was skating towards the boards, so he'll join Jackie in the box. And man, this feels like a must score for Armeijan Kuri. Down by 2 in the game, down 2-1 in the series. He got a 5-on-3 for more than a minute. Let's see if they can capitalize. They're moving in the offensive zone and they have full pressure. Vertasken with it, moving forward, shot on, blocked it away. Back to Vertasken, one-time blast there from Hefezuk. Denied again. There's another shot, that one blocked in front. As Conexion just going to dump this one out quickly. 10 seconds to go on the 5-on-3. It's controlled by Vertasken at the high point. Moved over to Hefezuk, shot on, blocked in front. Another chance here, battled for. Found first by Conexion as Dabo trying to get it out of his own end, and he does cleanly. 25 seconds to go on the power play as Dabo gets it back on the turnover, killing off even more time. This Armeijan Kuri power play is going to struggle all season long for this team, and it comes up yet again. They do not convert on the 5-on-3, but they score right at the end. It's Vertasken on the one-timer. The captain of this group. And all of a sudden, that Conexion lead trimmed down to 1. So it won't count as a power play goal as Sweden had just hit out of the box, but he wasn't back in the play, so the penalty did impact Conexion negatively. So Armeijan Kuri getting a much-needed goal there, and they might not be done. Puck in front, loose, hits the side of the net. Boy, Armeijan Kuri, when they surge, they surge. It's impressive. They just haven't had it consistently throughout this game and throughout this series, but when they're at their best, you can see what they look like. They have 11 shots compared to just 3 for Conexion, yet they find themselves down 2-1 in this game. The face-off, one back to Dabo as Conexion working into the offensive zone. Yoxi controlling it, got that second goal for Conexion earlier on in the period. The pass to the point doesn't find a home and will force a reset. As Dabo moves it forward for Conexion. Over to Sweden, to K-Cash. Trying to move it to the side, but it's turned over, picked up first by Vertigosetti. Taskin. Pass across there from Mutani Malik. Puck loose, found by Gremling. Scary seconds there for Conexion, but their goaltender finds it and holds on. Offensive zone draw coming up for Gremling and Conexion. Armeijan Kuri with the offensive zone draw, not able to win it, but they get it back in the neutral zone. Control by Mutani Malik. Circling around, looking for an option. Gives it up to Vertigosetti. Vertigosetti holding on at the point. Giving it up to Hefezuk, but could not find much of a shot from Vertasken. Another shot, and they score! The rebound beats Gremling! And Hefezuk ties it up at 2 for Armeijan Kuri. As they get another look at it. Barely any room on that backhand shot, but somehow, someway, Hefezuk finds a way to not just put it in, he didn't even bank it in, he got it in relatively cleanly. Looked like it may have hit the top of the pad of Gremling, but that puck was going in regardless. How about the calculated angle from Hefezuk, and all of a sudden we are tied at 2. Armeijan Kuri finally being rewarded for their efforts. They've had 13 shots, just 3 for Conexion, but they've knotted this thing up at 2 apiece, and exactly what the doctor ordered for an Armeijan Kuri team that are trying not just tie the game at 2-2, they're looking to tie the series at 2-2. They control it here in their own zone as Sunakaskostaya moves it up to Hefezuk. Dumped in, found first by Conexion in their own zone. 4.5 to play here in the second period. Sweden FTW couldn't hold on to it, and it's picked up by Vertigosetti. Taskin gives up to Sunakaskostaya, who gives it over to his defensive partner and Vertigosetti, and they move it up to Mutani Malik, but he couldn't hold on to it. Picked up by Vertigosetti, who's just going to go back and reset. 2.5 to play. Dumped in, offside warning against Armeijan Kuri, so Conexion going to take possession over. Jackie moves it up to Sweden, not able to do much with it there as Armeijan Kuri now going to move it forward. Style with it. Nice little fake shot attempt there from Vertigosetti, but an offside call is maybe even faked out one of his teammates on that play. Neutral zone face-off here coming up. Tied up and won by Connection in the neutral zone. 45 seconds to go, now down to 40. Dabo moves over to Jackie. Sweden now with it. Build up to Yaxi at the right boards. Under some pressure. Recovered by Sweden. FTW. Shot blocked in front. 2 seconds remaining, and that will do it for period number 2. Connection has seen their 2-goal lead squandered. Armeijan Kuri, the number 2 seed, not going away lightly. They tie this game up at 2. Heading into the 3rd and final period of regulation. Most important period of this series so far, as we are really getting down to the nitty-gritty of this series. Again, Armeijan Kuri to tie this series up at 2, turn this thing into a best of 3 if they can get the win, while Connection, with a win, will be just 1 victory away from taking home the title. As you see the stats, and it has been all Armeijan Kuri in this game. They've almost doubled the time on attack. They've more than quadrupled the shots on net of Connection. Give Connection credit where it's due. They've taken advantage of their opportunities. 2 goals on 3 shots. They're just not going to win many games, though, with 3 shots. So we'll see what they can do to adjust here in this 3rd and final frame of regulation. As Armeijan Kuri win the neutral zone face-off and working into the offensive end. It's controlled by Hassan and Malik, who is bumped from behind, pressured, and the puck found by Connection. Yaxi has it. Dishes it across over to Sweden FTW, who gives it back to Yaxi. Yaxi pass in front there, couldn't connect. With K-Cash, a shot from the point, blockered away by Caserti. 4th shot right there for Connection on this game. It's a shot in front, puck loose in the blue paint, but they couldn't capitalize. Oh, Connection had their lead right on their stick, but they couldn't get the shot off. It's an offside call as Armeijan Kuri are trying to work down the other end, but man, that was so close for Connection to retake their lead, and they just could not get that shot off in time. As a neutral zone face-off coming up here. As it's won by Connection. K-Cash moves it over to Yaxi. Yaxi going to retreat and go back to the defense as he didn't saw what he liked. He didn't like what he saw, rather. Words can be hard sometimes. It's not easy being up here in this booth, guys, but nevertheless, Armeijan Kuri with it in the neutral zone. Vertigosetti moves it past the blue line, but it's turned over, and here comes Connection down the other end. Yaxi, nice little move. Poke checked off the stick, however. A nice defensive play made by the winger, Hefezuk. It's a big hit there that causes a turnover. Armeijan Kuri with a pass across. Shot on, they score! Hefezuk takes the lead for Armeijan Kuri. As you get another look at it. From down to nothing to 3 unanswered goals in the lead. Armeijan Kuri with all the momentum on their side, and they have possession once again. And it was controlled by Hefezuk, but poked off his stick, and all of a sudden, for the first time since game 1, Connection now on their heels a little bit. They have it in the neutral zone. It's controlled by Jackie, him and Dabo moving it between one another. Jackie dumps it in. Puck going to be found, however, first by Vertigosetti. Vertigosetti with it. Crosses the blue line, but bumped off that puck. Nice play made there by Jackie defensively. Moves it across to K-Cash. Yaxi with it. Bumped off of his stick. Puck given chase and found first by Hefezuk. He's under some duress and couldn't do anything with it in the offensive end. Over halfway through this 3rd period, and Armeijan Kuri have taken their first lead of the game. 3-2 score, 14 shots compared to 4 in favor of Armeijan Kuri, so you can't say it's not deserved. They have been locked down defensively so far in this must-win game 4, and they're going to have a power play coming up. As heading to the box will be Yoxi for Connection. It was a penalty that really kind of got Connection in this situation. They took 2 penalties back-to-back, led to a 5-on-3. Didn't allow a goal on the power play, but as the 5th man was coming out of the box, Armeijan Kuri, they were still working into the offensive zone, got a goal to cut the lead to 1, and they've been off to the races ever since. Connection just have not been able to find any momentum to respond to it. Armeijan Kuri working up at the points, controlled by Staya. A shot from the point, puck loose in front, found by Gremlin. They'll hold on to it. Offensive zone draw coming up here for Armeijan Kuri to the left side of Gremlin. Puck tied up, found first by Armeijan Kuri. As a shot from the point goes wide, that was Staya to let that one in. But another blast, this one from Vertigo Seti, saved into the chest of Gremlin, who will freeze it. 24 seconds to go on this man advantage. This is the best power play that we've seen from Armeijan Kuri so far in this series. We've talked about their power play woes throughout the coverage here today. So far, it's been relatively threatening on this one, as Connection able to clear that one out just a couple seconds ago on the man advantage, as Connection gets their man out of the box. Yoxi joining the fray, and Armeijan Kuri with a shot from the point, blocked in front, however, by Dabo. 5 minutes to go. Connection in the offensive zone, but turned over. Tiny Malik with it, moves it back to the defenseman. Move forward to Taskin. Dumped around over the right corner, back behind the net. The shot on for Taskin, saved by Gremlin once again. He will freeze it. 3-2, Armeijan Kuri your score as we approach the late stages of this game 4. Armeijan Kuri looking to hold on, tie this series at 2 apiece. Connection looking to tie the game, but eventually win it and take a commanding 3-1 series leads. Got a quick look at the stats there. And Armeijan Kuri, definitely the better team so far throughout this one, but Connection, we've seen them turn the tides in the blink of an eye a couple of times in this series. Can they do it one more time? As Armeijan Kuri get an offensive zone draw to the right side of Gremlins. Face off one back cleanly for Armeijan Kuri. They turn it over, however, as Vertigo said he wasn't able to hold on to it. Controlled by Yoxi. Pass in front. Shot on save. Another chance goes wide. Another pass in front, but it goes away from the defenseman, Jackie. And now force Connection to earn their way back into the offensive zone, which they do. Held by Yoxi, but turned over. Here comes Armeijan Kuri down the other end. Passed over to the left boards and picked up by Mutanen Malik. A big battle for the puck over the corner, approaching the 1 minute mark in this third period. A full-time minute. Yoxi holding it at the right corner in the offensive end for Connection. Pass in front, shot on, saved by Kasuri. Hold on for the stoppage with 50.8 seconds remaining. Connection trying to push, looking for the tying answer. Armeijan Kuri trying to hold on. Face off, tied up, found by Connection. Shot from the point, and they score! Deflected in front! Sweden yet again! And Connection have tied the game at 3! As you get another look at it. Design face-off play, tied up. Moved to the point, shot on, and tipped in above the shoulder of Kasuri. Connection have knotted this thing up at 3 apiece. With less than a minute to play, can Armeijan Kuri get their lead back? They have possession right now. Staya moving it forward, but it's turned over. And here comes Connection down the other end. Yoxi controlling it, but poked off his stick. And Armeijan Kuri get it back, but it's turned over again. Sweden with it, moves it up to Jackie. Back over to the corner to Yoxi. Not lost, however, as Armeijan Kuri will move this thing forward. As for Taskin, try to get the shot on. It was denied by Gremlin. 16 seconds to play. Controlled by Yaxi, looking forward to Sweden. Shot on, goes wide. Controlled now by Armeijan Kuri, less than 7 seconds to go. Lieutenant Malik with it, but an offside call with 6 ticks on the clock remaining. Neutral zone face-off coming up. Tied up, found by Connection, moved forward to Yaxi, finds a shot on, but it's saved by Kuri. And for the second time in this series, we are going to overtime. We're tied at 3. And the next goal will be the most important goal of this series so far. A goal for Connection puts them up 3-1 in the series. A goal for Armeijan Kuri turns this series into a best of 3. You know, both of these two sides feeling the pressure just a little bit more than they have all series long. As for those in the chat, let us know, who do you got getting the game winner for either of these two sides? As you take a look at the stats, give Connection some credit. They found their offense when it mattered most over the last couple of minutes. As you get one more look at that shot that was blockered away by Kuri. To keep this game alive and pushing it in to an extra frame. We want to make sure we shout out our sponsors once again. Covenant, Game Changer, and WellNet for their amazing support of SportsGamer GG and the ECL. As we get set for overtime of Game 4. Who's going to take it? Connection up 2-1 in the series. Connection won game number 2 in overtime, 2-1. It was Sweden F2W who got the game winner. They have it in the offensive zone now. They work it over at the right boards, but bumped from behind and turned over. Controlled by Vertigo Seti. Moving it forward. Controlled by Lieutenant Malik. It's a shot. It was above the net and will be picked up by Connection. Connection holding it. Moves it up. Controlled by Yaxi, but lost off his stick after the pressure from behind, and Lieutenant Malik dishes it over to the opposite side. Held by Hefezuk, but lost at the boards. Connection down the other end. Yaxi moves speed, holding it at the right corner, looking for some space. Still waiting. One-time shot there, blocked in front. Eventually even saved. Connection get possession back once again and put things in the neutral zone. This overtime already has gone longer than what the Game 2 overtime did, as Connection, they wasted no time finding that game-winning goal. Look at the overtime records from these two teams. Armeijan Kuri, 2-2 in overtime games during the playoffs. They were 0-1 during the regular season, while for Connection, 4-1 in overtimes during the playoffs, 1-0 during the regular season. So Connection team that have been able to win in these extra frames. Armeijan Kuri going to look to avoid that here. That's a pass across, pass in front, shot on, blocked there. Puck battled for, found by Armeijan Kuri as it's picked up by Vertigo Seti, who moves it up to Hefezuk, who goes back to the defense to start the break-in. That bank play off the boards doesn't work, and here comes Connection down the other end as it's controlled by Sweden. Turned over, however, a nice defensive effort from Armeijan Kuri, who will set the offense up in the neutral zone. Shot into the offensive end, but found first by Connection. Dabo up to Yaxi at the right wall, holding it under some pressure. Big hit from behind, battled for, and eventually found by Vertigo Seti. He has been all over it for Armeijan Kuri defensively in this game. Stunakaskostaya with it, tried to dump it in, but it's turned over. Connection sets up the offense. Over halfway through this overtime period, 9.5 to play. Moved up. And a shot on, saved and denied by Kuri. Here comes Armeijan Kuri down the other end, controlled by Lieutenant Malik. Up to the point. Couldn't find a clean shot there, was Vertaskin, as Connection now in the offensive zone and working. Yaxi with it at the left corner. Moves it down low to K-Cash. K-Cash looking for space, going back and forth, trying to find something, trying to move it down low, but it's picked off. Nice defensive play there made by Sunacas Castella. Taskin couldn't find much as it's turned over, and Conexion now in the offensive zone. Yoxi with it, puck in front. Poke checked and found by Jackie. Behind the net, turned it over. Conexion up the ice with speed. This is Mutan and Malik with a pass across there, picked off in front by Yoxi. 4.5 to play now this overtime. K-Cash up the left boards with speed, holding it, bumped off that puck, but recovered. K-Cash with it, the corner shot on. Goes a bit wide and all the way down the other end of the ice, so Conexion going to have to work their way back into the offensive zone. Approaching the 3-minute mark here. We see double overtime potentially. We've seen plenty of those in these playoffs as well throughout our divisions. This Conexion have it in the offensive zone. Rob at the point, one-time blast blocked in front. As Armeijan Kuri is going to dump this one out, puck given chase, found first by Conexion. Less than 90 seconds to play. Now less than a minute to go. As Yoxi in the offensive end. We got a bit of a freeze on our side. We do apologize as Conexion had it in the offensive zone. This game tied at 1. So less than a minute to play in Conexion. Not able to keep it in the offensive zone as Armeijan Kuri have it now. The shot from the point was blocked in front. But another shot was saved by Gremlin. Got things back underway on our end. Still a 3-3 score. 10 seconds to go here in this overtime frame. Armeijan Kuri in the offensive zone, controlling his Mutan and Malik as that shot just doesn't go in. Another chance there. Armeijan Kuri not able to capitalize. So close there in that last second to getting the game winner, but it was not to be. We'll head to a second overtime. Still all knotted up at 3. As you get a look at the stats really quickly there, but hey, I don't blame these two teams. They want to get right back to the action. The shots were 19-13 in favor of Armeijan Kuri. We get set for overtime number 2 between these two teams. And again, it was a critical game 4. The next goal could very well sway the narrative of the rest of this series, and it's controlled by Conexion in the offensive end, but they couldn't hold on to it. Move up for Taskin. Armeijan Kuri in the offensive end now. Shot from the point, blocked in front there by Jackie. There's another shot blocked in front again. Looked like it could have potentially been tipped. K-Cash getting it over to Yoxi. Now to Sweden. Back to Yoxi. Puck battled for. Found first by Armeijan Kuri, but turned over. Yoxi at the point. Gives it up. Shot on. Gloved in by Kasuri. Offensive zone draw coming up here for Conexion. To the left side of Kasuri. back. As Armeijan Kuri take possession and begin to move forward. Bhutan and Malik as an offside going to be called after Hefezuk got to that puck. Zone draw. See the shots becoming a little bit more even than what they were earlier on. Connection now at 14. Armeijan Kuri with 19. You were with us earlier in this game. It was a much wider margin. And as a pass in front, finds Gremling first. Armeijan Kuri looking for the cross crease to end it there, but not able to connect on it. Offensive zone draw for Armeijan Kuri coming up to the right side of Gremling. Tied up, found first by Connection in the defensive zone. Jackie with it in the neutral zone, trying to move it forward, but couldn't connect with Sweden on that pass, so it's turned over. Going to go steady controlling it. Up to Hefezuk, turned over, and now here comes Connection down the other way. K-Cash takes a big hit on the boards, and it leads to a turnover. For to go Seti, moves it over to Sudakaskostaya. Lieutenant Mali couldn't find that shot cleanly. It was saved. Sweden gets it for Connection. And a tripping call going to go against Armeijan Kuri. A massive penalty taken as heading to the box for Armeijan Kuri will be Hefezuk, who has been phenomenal for this team all series long. But a big penalty taken at a big juncture. It's a face-off, one in the offensive zone by Connection. As this control shot hits off the side of the net. Armeijan Kuri able to dump this one out. Connection going to have to work their way back in, approaching the 1 minute mark of this power play. As they get it in the offensive zone, but don't control it. Oh, they couldn't clear it as a shot potentially in front coming up for Connection as they work it around the offensive. And a shot from the side actually this time as K-Cash just put that one on net. It was stopped, however, by Kasuri. Boy, that was almost a bad mistake for Armeijan Kuri. Offensive zone draw coming up here for Connection. One back clean lead to Yoxi. Holding it the left face off circle shot in front, potentially couldn't get it off. As Dabo gets a one-time blast from the point block. Another chance here as a pass across disrupted. Another shot from the point goes wide. Connection getting chances, but none of them actually finding Kasuri as Hefezuk now out of the box and back to even strength. So Armeijan Kuri, who as we mentioned had the best penalty kill in the division during the regular season at over 95%, show up at a critical juncture. Kill off that power play of Connection. We now have it in the neutral zone. K-Cash with it, finds Yoxi, passes it below the net and gives up to K-Cash, who gives it back to Yoxi. At the right wall, up to the point to Dabo, now to Jackie. Jackie moving forward at the left face-off circle, poked off and gets it back. Holding at the corner, over to Sweden. Sweden behind the net, puck loose, found first by Armeijan Kuri, who set their offense up in the neutral zone, approaching the 6 minute mark now, as a penalty going to be called against Connection. K-Cash going to the box for tripping, and Armeijan Kuri now on the power play. They have yet to score on the man advantage in this series. And as we've mentioned multiple times, their power play worst in the division during the regular season. Boy, would now be a time for them to find their answer to some of those woes. Double overtime, game 4, down 2-1 in the series. They have it in the neutral zone, but could not break past the blue line as Connection not able to clear it out. And here comes Armeijan Kuri down the other end. Pass in front, picked up by Jackie. He's going to hold on to it and gives it up to Yoxi. Moving it forward, shot on, goes wide. He had a chance to end it shorthanded. Battled for at the right wall, found by Armeijan Kuri. 30 seconds to go on the man advantage here. Armeijan Kuri not able to break it in cleanly as Dabo will slap this out, and so far so good on the Connection penalty kill. Armeijan Kuri back in the offensive zone, but turned over, and it's back to even strength. Out of the box is K-Cash, and he controls it. K-Cash with it, pass to the high slot. Hold on, pass across. What a save by Kuri! Keeping the game alive for Armeijan Kuri. How in the world? An offensive zone draw coming up for Connection. Tied up. One in the defensive end, Armeijan Kuri. And a breakaway here. This is Mutani Malik. Shot on, he scores! Armeijan Kuri winning in double overtime. And this series is tied at 2 apiece. How about Mutani Malik? As we'll bring it back into the booth, Armeijan Kuri win it in double overtime. What a game, what a result. And how about the save from their goaltender Kuri, keeping the game alive, getting them that defensive zone face-off, and Armeijan Kuri get the breakaway. Mutani Malik goes down the other end, is able to beat Gremling, who had been phenomenal throughout that game 4. And just like that, we're tied at 2 apiece. We've got a best of 3 coming up, folks. We told you this series would not disappoint. These 2 teams have delivered so far. We're going to take a short break, get things set up for game number 5, and when we come back, we will have puck drop of that game 5 right after this. Do not go away, my friends. Why would you, after the action that we've had here so far in the series? We'll be right back in just a few minutes.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi. Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
We're going to Elite 6 as these two teams are now tied at 2 in this series. Armeijan Kuri just got a double overtime win over Conexion to push this series into a best of 3 as you're once again watching from the viewpoint of Conexion wearing their all-road white uniforms, while for Armeijan Kuri wearing their home all-reds as it's a potential 2-on-0 there, but the shot saved. By Gremlin. Armeijan Kuri have it in the offensive zone. That slap shot a little bit wide. With another chance, that shot swept aside by Gremlin. Full pressure here for Armeijan Kuri. Making a down low, pass in front there, intercepted by Conexion, who now working down the other end. It's turned over, and here comes Armeijan Kuri in the offensive end. Controlled by Asuna Kaskostaya. Turned over, however, as Conexion working into the offensive zone. Jackie at the point, moves up to K-Cash. K-Cash couldn't find too much there as it's recovered by Sweden. K-Cash gets it back under a lot of pressure behind him, but Conexion able to keep possession as they get it back in the neutral zone, but an offside called. Conexion have possession in the neutral zone. Armeijan Kuri do end up getting it back. Pass across there, found first by Gremlin, who will hold on for the freeze. It looks like Conexion already going to have to take a timeout here. 4 shots for Armeijan Kuri early on, just 55 seconds of time on attack, but they have taken advantage of every second of it so far. Conexion still looking for their first shot. Armeijan Kuri gets set for an offensive zone face-off. Beats the left side of Gremlin. One back in the defensive zone by Conexion as they move it forward. Nazi at the right wall. Nice little move, gives it up to Sweden. Sweden at the corner, up to the pointee. Jackie's a one-time blast from Dabo is stopped by Kasuri. First shot of the game there for Conexion. Not battled forward in front, but found first by Suna Kaskostaya. We're getting used to that name. As Conexion get it on the turnover. Armeijan Kuri moving it forward. Nice poke check there by Suna Kaskostaya as it's dumped in by Conexion and found first by Kasuri. Armeijan Kuri controlling it in the offensive end. Shot off by F.A. Zook, but blocked in front, and Armeijan Kuri in the defensive zone as a shot from Conexion is saved by Kasuri, who will hold on for the freeze. Offensive zone draw now coming up for Conexion to the right side of Kasuri. Face off tied up. Loose and found first by Dabo at the point, but it's turned over. And here comes Armeijan Kuri at the other end. Controlling it in the offensive zone for Taskin. At the left boards, under some pressure, still controlling it, however. Looking for an option to pass or shoot. Doesn't have much. As it's still scrummed for, but found by Armeijan Kuri once again, but eventually turned over. Nice job from Sweden, not giving up on that play defensively. Conexion in the offensive end. It's controlled by Yaxi, giving up to Sweden at the right corner. Wow, that's an odd play as Yaxi was still picking himself up. He was trying to pass it back and it hit off his skate. And Armeijan Kuri had a chance in the offensive zone, but it's turned over. Yaxi with it. Past the blue line, but an offside going to be called as Sweden was a few strides ahead of him there on that play. 5:02 to play here in the first period. Still looking for our first goal of this Game 5. The winner takes a 3-2 series lead for a chance to clinch the title in the upcoming Game 6. Neutral zone face-off won by Armeijan Kuri. As Rossetti controls in the neutral zone. Moves it forward from Malik. The game-winning goal on a breakaway in Game 4 to tie this series at 2 apiece. There's a shot there, this time from Taskin is stopped. Actually looking to get out of their own zone, and they finally do. Jackie up the boards with speed, dumps it in, puck given chase, and found first by Armeijan Kuri. Rossetti moves it forward, but a turnover there on that stretch pass attempt. Tefezuk. Controlled by K-Cash to the left boards. Comes over to the right wall. Found first by Sweden. Over to Yaxi, but poked off of his stick by Vertaskin. Less than a minute to go. Vertaskin taking his time, putting on some moves, but bumped off that puck. It's recovered. Nice to Kaskostaya. Nice defensive play there by Connection. 3 seconds to go. Sweden up the ice with speed. Takes a big hit there from Suna Kaskostaya. And that's going to be how we end the period. You get another look at that big hit there that he just laid on. Armeijan Kuri, they love to throw the body around, and you see it right there. But nevertheless, the scoreless first period, tied at 0. Between these two teams, a few opportunities for Armeijan Kuri, a couple for Connection, but none of them finding their way to the back of the net as they look at one of the opportunities there, just putting that shot on. Was kind of Malik. But Gremlin was there to make the save. Once again, if you're just now joining us, this is game number 5 of our finals coverage here today. Armeijan Kuri won game number 1 by a 4-2 score. Connection in game 2, 2-1 in overtime, and then following that up with a blowout 6-0 victory in game 3. Looked like they might have been on their way to a game 4 victory as well. Held a 2-0 lead, but Armeijan Kuri came all the way back, scored 3 unanswered. Connection tied it up with less than a minute to play, and then in double overtime, Lieutenant Malik with the game winner on a breakaway to tie this series up at 2 apiece. That's how we got to this point. Here. And a 0-0 score here in the second period of this Game 5. The winner looking to put themselves in a great position heading into Game 6. Is controlled by Connection in the offensive zone. Shot from the slot goes wide. Still controlled by Connection, however, as Yaski with it, but could not find much. As the puck can go all the way down the other end. Stabo controls it, is forced to reset. Goes up to Jackie. To Sweden, poked off his stick there by his opposite center in Vertaskin. That will allow Armeijan Kuri to set up their offense. It's controlled by Vertigoseti. In neutral zone, dumped in. Given chase and fouled first by Connection in the defensive zone as they now work it forward. Sweden up to K-Cash. Could not connect on that pass. It's picked up by Yaxi, but couldn't get that all of that cleanly. Is another chance there. Controlling it over the right face. Like a shot in front denied by Gremlin. Excuse me, by Kasumi. Fifth shot of the day rather, for Connection. Is a pass in front, couldn't find anything. Armeijan Kuri still pressuring here. Puck loose, holding. Found first by Mutana and Mali. The shot for the point, tipped in front, and they score! Armeijan Kuri kicked off the scoring. And it's the man that's the captain of this team for Taskin that got in off that deflection in front. Let's get another look at it. One nothing lead for Armeijan Kuri, and their 6th shot of the game. As we now pass the halfway point of this game 5, and Armeijan Kuri maybe not done. It's controlled by Hefezuk in the offensive zone, but turned over as K-Cash gets it and moves it forward with Dabo. Dabo over to Yaxi. Picked off his stick, found again by Yaxi at the high slot. Now by K-Cash, blocked in front of that shot attempt. Nice job from Vertigo Seti to get in front of that play. Armeijan Kuri pushing forward, trying to force that stretch pass down the middle, but intercepted. Connection with it at the left boards. In the net, over at the left corner, now up to the point. As a shot from the point from Dabo, blocked. K-Cash with it at the left board. Shot on, this time from Yaxi, saved by Kasuri, who will hold on and freeze it with 6:40 to play in the second period. Offensive zone face-off now coming up here for Connection, finding themselves at a 1-0 deficit. Sweden and FTW jumped the face-off. It's going to give Armeijan Kuri a easy face-off win. Sunakaskoistaya controlling it in the neutral zone. Bumped off of that puck. Nice defensive play there made by Yaxi as he controls it now at the left boards. Turned over. Armeijan Kuri moving it forward. Lieutenant Malik, nice little spin move, looking for space, up to the point, fakes the shot, holding, shot potentially deflected in front, but doesn't reach the net. Here comes Connection down the other way. Yaxi takes a big hit there from Suna Kaskoistaya. Completely derailed that offensive possession for Connection. And that's that physicality of Armeijan Kuri that we've seen from them all season long. A big part of why they were so successful defensively throughout the season. As Connection gets possession back, K-Cash with it in the neutral zone, slides it over to Jackie. Jackie at the point, over to Sweden, one-time blast, goes wide. Yaxi to K-Cash, up to the point to Jackie. Jackie at the left boards, out the corner, trying to force that pass in front, but a delayed penalty going to be called against Connection, as Sweden will head to the box for interference. We'll see where it happened. Just an unfortunate play there. Just battling for position, accidentally pressed up on that right stick. Maybe he was anticipating a pass in front, trying to get a shot off, and led to that hit animation. We've seen a lot of those penalties throughout NHL 25, and they're never intentional typically, but they'll bite you at the end of the day. Sweden heads to the box. Armeijan Kuri now on the power play. They've yet to score on the power play in this finals. It's been their one big weakness, and flaws a shot on off of the glove of Gremling. Easily their best power play chance of this series right there, but Gremling denying them of it. Armeijan Kuri in the neutral zone is controlled by Vertigo Seti. And Malik will just dump this in, and that'll do it for period number 2. Armeijan Kuri with a 1-0 lead after 40 minutes of play, and was that goal that you saw right there, that tip play in front. That kicked off the scoring, and see once again there, Lieutenant Malik just able to get a piece of that. It is a 1-goal advantage for Armeijan Kuri at the end of the second period, and they have a power play to start the third as well. You got a quick peek at the stats there, relatively even across the board. Connection with a little bit more time in the offensive zone, but Armeijan Kuri with a few more shots on net. It's just a matter of what you really do kind of value? Do you value the offensive possession, or do you value the amount of opportunities you can gain? Every team kind of has their different opinion and their different strategy on that. Some might value the offensive zone time, saying, hey, the best defense can be an offense. We'll get good opportunities by just cycling it around and working our way to that best offensive chance. While for others, they want to pepper that goalie as much as they can and maximize their chances. As we're underway for period number 3, we'll see which side of that strategy prevails. Is Conexion able to dump it out? Armeijan Kuri going to have to earn their way back into the offensive zone. They do for now, as Mutani controls it. There's a shot from the point blocked in front by Jackie. Controlled by Hefezuk, as the penalty now killed off in Conexion with another successful penalty kill. Just the one shot on net that we saw at the end of that period from Armeijan Kuri on that power play. They had it in the offensive zone, but are forced to reset after that pass doesn't find a home. Hefezuk loses it, and now Conexion working down the other end. Cash with it at the left corner, bumped from behind, pressured by Mutani Malik, and found at the point by Jackie. Sweden gets it, moves it over to Yaxi as he tried to get a shot off, but goes to the point. Up to Jackie at the point, spinning backhand there, doesn't find a home, and now here comes Conexion as they get it back. Armeijan Kuri stopped on the counterattack. Turned over, and now Armeijan Kuri get it back. Moved up to Mutani Malik. As it has a cross shot on, denied by Gremling. Big save. They're sliding over to that left post. And here comes Yaxi down the other way for Conexion. Back to the point to Dabo. Back to Yaxi. Pass in front. Shot on. They score! He steps up yet again. It's Sweden FTW who puts it in the back of the net for Conexion and ties this game at 1 apiece. And you get a look at how it happened. That pass play towards the slot has done wonders for this Conexion team so far in this series. It does so yet again. A 1-1 lead, a 1-1 score after Armeijan Kuri had the lead for about 20 minutes. We're tied once again. Armeijan Kuri working to try to get their lead back. It's controlled by Mutani Malik. A shot from the point there from Vertigo Seti is denied. Another shot. Saved again by Gremling, and not going to allow for a second chance on the rebound as he'll get a hold of that puck. Face off to the left side of Gremling. Offensive zone draw for Armeijan Kuri. They win it. Controlled the point by Vertigo Seti. Turned over, however, as Hefezuk tried to pass it back. Roxy with it, lost there, and here comes Armeijan Kuri down the other end once again. Taskin with it. Moves it down low. Holding it. There's Hefezuk. The right corner, back up the point. Shot on. Save made. Another chance. It's found by Gremling as full pressure is now activated for Armeijan Kuri. We'll have an offensive zone faceoff coming up to boot. To the right side of Gremling. Tied up. Battled and won by Mutani Malik. Has it at the left boards. Tied up at the boards and turned over. Nice defensive play there made by Yaxi, and he now moved up into the neutral zone, looking for some space, and that kills off the full pressure meter for Armeijan Kuri. Armeijan Kuri ended up getting it back. They didn't even allow Conexion to get into the offensive end. It's controlled by Sinukas Kostaya. Turned over. Cash trying to move that over to the right boards, but lost. Approaching the 6-minute mark here of regulation, still tied at 1. Could you see a third overtime in this series? Yaxi controlling it for Conexion, moves it back up to the point. Cash with a shot on, was saved. As Armeijan Kuri able to get out of their own end, and here comes Mutani Malik. Nice little spin move, pass in front, shot on, denied by Gremling! And he'll hold on and stop play. What a save off of the right pad of Gremling. And what was a beautiful play from Armeijan Kuri. Try to recapture the lead. Connection, get into the offensive zone. It's controlled by Jackie, moved up to K-Cash. Pass in front was intercepted. And here comes Armeijan Kuri, potentially with numbers. Controlled by Hefes. He passes across, shot, and they score! Suna Kasquistaya breaks it back open. And Armeijan Kuri are back on top with just around a minute to play. The 9th goal of the postseason for Suna Kasquistaya. And it's a 2-1 lead for Armeijan Kuri with just over 3 minutes to go. And all of a sudden, Connection backs against the wall here in this game. Now, we've seen them score with a minute to go, already down by 1. They did so in game 4. And Armeijan Kuri trying to avoid that as they got a shot on that was saved by Gremlin. Offensive zone draw now coming up for Armeijan Kuri. Tied up, one in the defensive zone by Connection. Held by Yaxi. Moved up to K-Cash. Trying to slide that over to the slot to Sweden, but it was intercepted. Just over a minute to play. Now under. This is a full-time last minute. It's battled for in the neutral zone. Found by Connection as it goes back into their defensive zone, and Armeijan Kuri is going to set up their defense. 45 seconds. Sweden had it, lost it, but gets it back. Finds K-Cash. Can't get a shot off cleanly. It was blocked in front by Suna Kasquistaya. Foul forward the left wall. Found first by Connection. Sweden with a pass across, intercepted by Vertigo Seti. And here comes Armeijan Kuri down the other end, controlled by Mutanen Malik, who has it at the left wing. Holding it, waiting. Gives it up over to Hefe Zook. Can't hold on to it as he's under pressure. 15 seconds to go. Mutanen Malik behind the net, tied up, but kicks it over to his teammate. And critical seconds being killed off for Connection. They move it up forward. 7 seconds to go. Their last chance. Pass in front. Pass a shot. It goes wide. He had a wide open net. Did Yaxi. And the time expires. Armeijan Kuri hold on by mere inches. And we'll get a look at the replay more than likely. Yaxi had the game-tying goal on his stick. Perfect pass in front. Backhand shot, and he just goes wide. And could that be the difference in the finals? Armeijan Kuri win it 2-1. They take a 3-2 series lead. We bring you back into the booth. What a finish. And boy, I know Kasuri, the goaltender for Armeijan Kuri, if you heard a large gasp of wind go across your space, that was probably a sigh of relief from the entire Armeijan Kuri squad. They hold on just barely there at the end. A 2-1 victory in Game 5. They take a 3-2 series lead, and now are just one win away from being crowned Core Division champions. We'll have Game 6 ready for you on the other side. We're going to take a short break, hear word from our sponsors, get things set up for this Game 6. Armeijan Kuri trying to clinch their first ever Core Division championship in their 3rd season. Connection, now with their backs against the wall, they feel that fire underneath them. They're going to have to push this through a Game 7 to keep their title hopes alive. Do not go away, my friends. We'll be right back in just a few minutes.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi. Makukastike maistuu parhaalta. Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
Game number 6 is about to get underway. Armeijan Kuri, 1 win away from being crowned ECL Core Division champions for the first time. On the other side, Conexion, their title hopes on the line in this game. Must win to push it to an all-deciding game number 7. We are once again watching from the viewpoint of Conexion, wearing their all-black home uniform, while Armeijan Kuri in their road white and reds. Armeijan Kuri have won each of the last 2 games in this series. These 2 teams have swapped a pair of games ever since game 1. Armeijan Kuri winning that first game, then Conexion winning games 2 and 3. Armeijan Kuri winning games 4 and 5. I'm sure Conexion going to hope that the trend continues and they win games 6 and 7. But a lot of work to be done before they can get to that point. But we do have a power play coming up here. There's a penalty taken by Armeijan Kuri. Armeijan Kuri gonna be able to clear this thing out. Conexion will have to work their way back into the offensive end. Dabo able to find Jackie is dumped in over towards the right corner board, but found first by Mutane Malik. Sunikasko Staya, the man that got the game-winning goal for Armeijan Kuri in Game 5, able to dump that out. It was a big hit there laid on by Efezu. Actually able to keep possession, however. 20 seconds to go on the man advantage. Another big hit laid on, that time from Mutane Malik. And it feels like the physicality has disrupted Conexion a few times offensively, as back to even strength as Vertigo Seti is out of the box, and a pretty underwhelming power play for Conexion. Not able to get any shots off, not able to establish much in the offensive zone, and took a few licks in the process there from those big hits from Armeijan Kuri. Armeijan Kuri in the offensive end now. This is Vertaskin controlling it. His shot was blocked. Gets it back behind the net, moves it up towards the right corner board as Armeijan Kuri somehow holding on to possession here. Shot from the point, potentially tipped in front, but saved by Gremlin. Here comes Conexion down the other end. K-Cash over to Sweden. Poked off his stick. Nice defensive play there made by Vertigo Seti. Vertaskin tried to pass it forward, but it was disrupted by the Conexion defense. K-Cash at the left boards. Waiting for something, couldn't find much, but it was recovered by Yahtzee. Pass up to the point. Dabo, one-time blast from Jackie, but it was blocked. Here comes Armeijan Kuri now, working down the other way. It's controlled by Mutane Malik. A shot on there from Vertaskin was stopped by Gremlin. Gremlin has been phenomenal throughout this series. Talked about how great he was during the regular season. 8 shutouts. Double the amount of any other goaltender in the core division. The next closest was 4. There's 2 shutouts in this postseason, including one in Game 3 in that 6-0 victory for Conexion, as that shot in front by Yahtzee was stopped by Kasuri, his first save of this Game 6. Get a offensive zone face-off here upcoming for Conexion. Face-off tied up and found first by Sweden. Loose in front, but picked up by Armeijan Kuri. Lead up to Vertaskin, takes a big hit there. He's down with a one-time shot from Mutane Malik, gloved away by Gremlin, but it came at a price, as you saw Vertaskin right after he got that off his stick, took a massive hit there, was injured on that play. It's what I was looking at there. But nevertheless, led to a great opportunity for Armeijan Kuri. Again, we're looking to close this series out. Offensive zone face-off for Armeijan Kuri. One in the defensive zone by Conexion. Moving up is K-Cash at the left corner. Races around opposite boards and is found by Dabo. Gives it over to Yahtzee at the right face. A one-time shot was blocked in front by Hefezu. Hefezu gets it back on the pass from Mutane Malik. Checked off of his stick momentarily, but gets it back. Gives it over. Shot on there from Mutane Malik is saved. And Conexion. Work this forward. Jackie with it, but an offside call as he tried to pass it forward to Yaxi. Looking for our first goal of this game, number 6. Ryan Kuri with 4 shots, Conexion with 1. As we approach the 5-minute mark of this first frame. It's controlled by Funakasko Staya, moves it forward to Mutane Malik. Turned over, nice defensive play there made by Yaxi. As a shot from the high point goes wide, but keeps in the offensive zone and full pressure activated here for Armeijan Kuri. Battle forward at the right boards and found first by Conexion. Sweden gives it over to Jackie, who feeds it up to Yaxi. Yaxi pass across there, intercepted well by Vertigo Seti. Turned over, however, by Conexion as it's held by Sweden at the right boards. Trying to give it down low, but turned over and recovered as, a chance there potentially from K-Cash, but Kasari able to jump on that puck and will hold on to it. 1:56 to play here in the first period. Face off to the left side of Kasari. One in the defensive zone by Armeijan Kuri. And it's Vertigo Seti and Funakasko Staya will set up the offense in the neutral zone. Dumped in with a slap shot, puck given chase. Battled for and found by Armeijan Kuri. A shot in front denied by Gremling, who just holds on to that one. And he'll freeze it with 29.2 seconds to go. Look at yet another huge hit. That time it's Conexion that's laying the body down. Taskin has taken a few big hits in this game so far. Face off one in the offensive end by Armeijan Kuri. It's controlled by Vertigo Seti, moved up to the point to Mutane Malik. Gets a shot on, blocked in front. Another shot, that one saved. And that'll be how we close the first period, as Gremling standing tall once again to keep this game tied at 0. Plenty of hits from both sides, but most of the offensive opportunities in favor of Armeijan Kuri, looking to close this series and close this core division season out. The championship trophy. Let's get a look at a few of those dangerous opportunities. That one, definitely the best of the bunch, and there was some room there on that one-time blast from Mutane Malik. Just Gremling able to get enough of his positioning in front to get a glove on that one and keep it from hitting the back of the net. So you get a look at the stats, 6-1 in favor of Armeijan Kuri in terms of the shots. Time and attack, however, rather even, only 18 seconds separating the two. So, like we talked about earlier, some teams value just waiting as long as you can until you get that high-quality opportunity that you're hunting for. That's kind of the strategy that Conexion has taken, while for Armeijan Kuri, they love to put the puck on net. And it's interesting because this is a Conexion team that if you go back to the regular season, they were not afraid to put the puck on net. But nevertheless, 18 shots per game during the regular season. They were second with 432 in total. So far in this series, a little bit more selective, a little bit more passive potentially on how you would view it. They're going to have to find some more shots as they find themselves down 3-2 in this series. We are underway for period number 2. As Armeijan Kuri dumping into the offensive zone. That puck given chase and found by Conexion after an offside warning. It's called against Armeijan Kuri. Conexion in the offensive end. Yaxi gets it on the pass from K-Cash, but it's disrupted. As Armeijan Kuri moving forward, trying to find Hefezuk there. Delayed penalty going to be called, however, against Armeijan Kuri. So a power play coming up here for Conexion. There's potentially another one there, as I saw Yaxi get tripped up and fall to his knees. We'll see if both recall. A one-time blast saved by Kasari. And that's a tripping penalty going to go against Hefezuk. Let's see if they call that other one as well. And that wasn't a bad penalty from Hefezuk. It was going to be a breakaway for Conexion. As they won't get the 5-on-3, it'll be a 5-on-4 power play. So a fortunate break there probably for Armeijan Kuri, but nevertheless, a one-time shot there from K-Cash is saved by Kuri. A big power play opportunity for Connection. They were able to score on one earlier on in this series, but other than that, they've been held in check. As a timeout going to be called by Armeijan Kuri, as Connection was getting awfully close to that full pressure. As you see the stats, relatively even across the board. 2 seconds separating the two in time and attack. Connection with 3 left shots. Granted, 2 of them have come over the last couple of minutes here. Might have a chance for more on this power play. They control it now in the offensive zone. Pass over to Yaxi, up to the point to Dabo. Dabo holding it at the high right faceoff circle. Moving forward over to Yaxi. Yaxi lost possession, but it's recovered by Sweden. Sweden up to the point, shot on from Jackie. It was stopped by Kuri. 4th shot of the game for Connection. Pass in front, found by Kuri, and he's just going to hold on to that one and kill off the possession with 52 seconds to go on the penalty kill. Another face-off coming up in the offensive zone for Connection to the right side of Kuri. One back, but not picked up cleanly. It's going to force Connection to earn their way back into the offensive zone. They do so for now. Sweden with it. Has it. That shot on in front. We had a bit of a freeze on our end, but it doesn't go in. And that will kill off the remainder of the penalty for Armeijan Kuri. So Connection not able to capitalize on that power play as moving it forward now, Armeijan Kuri. Tasking, trying to move it back as a shot hits the side of the net there from Lieutenant Malik. This Connection have it in the offensive zone, working it around, but disrupted on that play. Armeijan Kuri trying to move forward, but it's intercepted on that stretch pass. Dabo got to that one. Connection not able to establish the offensive zone as that puck goes all the way down the other end of the ice. No icing going to be called. Dabo with it. Moves it up to the left boards to K-Cash. K-Cash with a nice little spin move, holding it shot on. Save made by Kuri. And he'll hold on for the freeze. Another offensive zone draw coming up from that left face-off circle for Connection. They've had about 4 of those so far, maybe 5 in the second period. As Armeijan Kuri able to get Connection out of their own end as they have it in the offensive zone. Moved up to the point, but turned over. Here's a breakaway potentially for Connection. This is K-Cash, shot on, gloved away by Kuri. A huge save for the goaltender of Armeijan Kuri. As an offside called down the other end, but you get another look at it. Armeijan Kuri keeping this game tied at 0. And give some credit, too, for the right defenseman, Sunakaskoistaya, being there in position to not allow K-Cash to go back over to his left side. He had to stay committed over to that right side. Kuri able to make the read, makes the save with his glove, and is able to keep this at a tie score with 6:47 to play here in the second period. Sunakaskoistaya in the offensive zone, shot on, save made there by Gremlin. And its Connection set their offense up in the neutral zone, pushed forward to Sweden, but an offside called as winger over to his right side was just a step ahead of him there. Still looking for our first goal of this game 6. Armeijan Kuri up 3-2 in the series. Connection looking to push this to a game 7. Both sides with 7 shots on net so far in this game. Armeijan Kuri with it. They get in the offensive zone. This time Malik, his shot. Saved there by Gremlin. And here comes Connection down the other way. Controlled by Yaxi. Pass across. Shot from K-Cash. Stop by Kuri. Full pressure for Connection. Shot from the point. Tipped in front. Another shot, and it's saved again by Kuri. These two goaltenders being plenty active over the last few minutes, but each of them standing tall and keeping this game scoreless late in the second period. We get an offensive zone face-off again coming up here for Connection. Tied up. 1. Blast from the point goes wide. That was Dabo that let that one rip. Puck loose behind the net. Found by Yaxi. Over at the right wall, up to Dabo at the point. Moving forward, Dabo holding, blasted from the point, blocked in front. That was Jackie with it. K-Cash at the left corner, trying to pass in front, but interrupted. Nice defensive play there made by Armeijan Kuri. Less than 90 seconds to play here in the second period. Dabo with it, moves it up to K-Cash. Excuse me, that's actually Jackie. Tried to pass that in front, but a disrupted play there by the defensive Armeijan Kuri. 20 seconds to go. Turned over nearly in their own zone, but Mutainen Mauli gets it back. 5 seconds. Root forward to Vertaskin. Vertaskin holding shot on. Blocked by Jackie, and that will do it. For the second frame, still no score. The longest that we have gone for a goal between these two teams in any of these games, but give these two goaltenders a lot of credit. They have had some good opportunities that they have seen, but they have not been broken so far in this game 6. The best chance of the game, that breakaway right there from K-Cash that was denied by the glove of Kuri. Get another look at it here. That leaves us tied at 0 and potentially one more period of the core division season to remain. Again, Armeijan Kuri, a chance to win the title. If they can find their way to victory here in this game 6, Connection hoping to push it to an all-deciding game number 7. Connection really increasing their time on attack compared to that first period. Starting to separate themselves a little bit in that department. As we get set for period number 3 of game number 6. While we have a moment, we do want to make sure we thank and shout out our amazing sponsors, Covenant Occupancy, Game Changer, and WellNet for their amazing support all season long of SportsGamer GG and the ECL. Their amazing support all season. What we do would not be possible without them. So a big thank you to them. Make sure you go and show them the same love that they show us here at SportsGamer. We're underway. The third period of game 6. Connection within the offensive zone, and a delayed penalty going to be called against Armeijan Kuri. Controlling it is Dabo. At the right wall, gives it up to Yaxi. Yaxi lost that puck, is touched up by Vertaskin, and heading to the box will be Hefezuk for Armeijan Kuri. Get a look at what happened here. Just that hit from behind here on the boards right as the period began. That'll be the charge, and give Connection another power play. The second of this game. They've only been able to convert on one so far in this series. We talked about their power play, over 40% in the playoffs, but Armeijan Kuri with the best penalty kill in the division during the regular season, 96.55%, showing it in this series. Both of these two teams have stayed relatively true to their brands in terms of special teams. Connection with a shot on, puck loose in the air. Found, however, by K-Cash. Over at the left corner. Over to Jackie, trying to give it over to Dabo, but he moved. Luckily for Connection, it stays in the offensive zone. Battle for behind the net. Found there by Armeijan Kuri, who will be able to clear this out. 10 seconds to go on the man advantage. As Hefezuk about to make his way out of the box, and he does. Back to even strength. Connection foiled again on the power play in this game. Again, they've been able to score a couple in the earlier parts of this series, but they have been stalemated ever since. It's a big hit there laid on by Yaxi. Shot on was stopped. There's another shot saved by Gremling, and the puck loose in front and found by Sweden for Connection. Dabo moving it forward for Connection up to Yaxi. Yaxi back to the point. Jackie with a one-time blast there from Yaxi, but denied by Kuri. These two goalies have been the story of this Game 6. If you weren't with us during our pregame show, we said it, goaltending often can sway a series. We've seen so many goalies make their names in the ECL from clutch finals performances in both Gremlin for Connection and Kuri for Armeijan Kuri. They have stepped up throughout this series, and they're doing it again in what could be an elimination game for Connection. The shot from the point goes wide. That was Staya that let that one rip. It's Connection working down the other end, but turned over in the neutral zone. 11.5 to play here in regulation. It's controlled by Vertigosetti. Moves it forward, trying to find Butain and Malik, but it's turned over. Now you're starting to kind of have that thought creep into the back of your head if you're both these two teams. Could the first goal be the one that wins it? How much do these two teams tighten up, especially if you're Connection, knowing that your championship hopes are dashed with a loss? Having in the offensive zone is controlled by Dabo. Pass across, could not connect. He had Sweden, but fanned on the shot, and Connection going to have to work their way back into the offensive zone. They denied Armeijan Kuri a counterattacking opportunity at least, but they're in the offensive zone again as Sweden has a shot on. Goes all the way into the neutral zone somehow. An offside warning will force them to reset things. Approaching the 7-minute mark. Sweden with it, passed over to Yaxi, couldn't hold on to it. And now here comes Armeijan Kuri down the other end, but turned over. Dabo with it, moves it over to Jackie. Jackie up to Sweden. Yaxi now with it, trying to find Sweden towards the front of the net, but it goes behind the net. Puck scrummed and battled for and found by K-Cash. K-Cash up to the point to Dabo. One-time shot blocked in front there by Staya. Behind the net with it is Sweden FTW. Up to the point to Jackie. Jackie shot into the chest of Kuri, who will hold on and freeze things with 4:41 to play in regulation. And now you definitely do have to feel like you're in first goal wins territory. Where do these two teams want to take chances? Where do they not? That's the big question here. And Armeijan Kuri able to win that defensive zone draw, and they move down the other end with some pace. Picked up by K-Cash as Connection got to that puck first. It's held by Jackie. Avoids the pressure of Armeijan Kuri, and Sweden FTW having to reset as Armeijan Kuri able to stifle them at the blue line. Dabo with it, over to Jackie at the high slot, poked off his stick, and a potential 2-on-1 for Armeijan Kuri. Controlled by Hefezuk, over to Vertas, get his shot, goes by another shot, but it's saved by Gremlin. Less than 2 minutes to go here in regulation, still no score. The championship could be on the line. It's controlled by Yaxi. Holding it for Connection at the right corner. They want to push this to a Game 7. Shot from the point, save there made by Kuri. 50 seconds remaining. Staya with it. He was the hero for this Armeijan Kuri team in Game 5. Could he be it again? It's turned over, however, as Butain and Mali couldn't hold on to it. Yaxi with it at the right boards, trying to pass it in front, but it's disrupted. A nice defensive play made by Vertigosetti, and here comes Armeijan Kuri down the other end. 30 seconds to go. Pass across, intercepted by Jackie. Controlled by Yaxi at the right wall. Pass across, opposite side to K-Cash. K-Cash at the corner, up to the point. Jackie to Dabo. Dabo holding, waiting, gives it up over to Yaxi. 15 seconds remaining. Yaxi at the right corner. Down low behind the net to Sweden FTW. Sweden looking, shot on, blockered away. And out of play, Kuri with another big save. The 15th shot of the game for Connection. And they have yet to be able to break him. Offensive zone draw for Connection. To the right side of Kuri, won by Connection. They have full pressure. Shot on, blocked in front, picked up by Vertigosetti. Found by K-Cash, puck loose in front of the net. But they weren't able to get anything going, as that will do it for regulation. No goals in 60 minutes of play. And folks, we've got a Game 6 overtime coming up. The nerves, palpable. The jitters, plenty there for both of these two teams. One goal is all it can take for one team to hoist the championship and for the other to extend their hopes for one more game. Armeijan Kuri, a team that's been around for 3 seasons. They made it all the way to the semifinals in their first season as a team. This entire 6 were on that semifinals team. They lost to the eventual champions in Kokai Esports, were swept in the bronze match. Last season made a couple of changes to their lineup. We're still a relatively high seed, but were upset and swept in round 1. They decided to run it back with that inaugural roster, or the number 2 seed, and are now 1 goal away from the title. While for Conexion, a new team, the new kids on the block, their first season as a group. A group with a lot of different nations represented, the UK, Sweden, Finland. They've been dominant all season, are in the number 5 seed. They're looking for their first title in their first ever season as a group. But only one team can get it, and it's going to take 1 goal. Overtime is underway. As Armeijan Kuri have it in the neutral zone, they move it forward. As Hefezuk goes back and resets. It's controlled by Suna Kostaya. Tried to dump it in, but it's blocked. Picked up by Conexion. I want to make sure we shout out our sponsors really quick as well. COVID I'm Not Going to See, Game Changer and WellNet for their amazing support. As Yaxi moves it in, found by K-Cash, pass across, puck loose in front, but found on the blue paint by Kuri. Conexion will get an offensive zone face-off. Can they push this to an all-decisive Game 7? Face off to the left side of Kuri. One back by Conexion in the offensive end. Dabo not able to get that pass off cleanly, and it's picked up by Armeijan Kuri. Moved up to Vertaskin. Over to Mutanen Malik as the shot's found by Gremling, who will freeze it. And you had to assume neither of these 2 goaltenders are taking any chances. We are guaranteed to get a shutout in this one, either way it goes. Both these goalies, either one of them would have earned it. Face off one by Armeijan Kuri. Shot from the point. Shot saved there by Gremling, keeping this series alive. K-Cash controls it for Conexion. Move forward to Yaxi. Puck loose in front. Scrum for jamming at it, but found behind the net by by Armeijan Kuri. Conexion get on the turnover, but loses themselves in neutral zone. Here's Vertaskin with it at the right corner. Lost it there. Nice defensive play there made by Jackie. Yaxi with it at the right wall. Holding it. Goes behind over to K-Cash. Up to the point to Dabo. Got the shot off, but it was blocked. Now I'll give Armeijan Kuri possession. 12 minutes to go here in overtime. We'll go until we have a winner. Dabo over to Jackie. Gets it back, moves it up to Sweden. Now to Yaxi. Yaxi holding it to left face off the circle. Ooh, that pass across intercepted, but they get it back. Sweden holding it back. Hand shot goes wide. Picked up by Armeijan Kuri. Hefezuk with it. Up to Mutanen Malik. Up to the point. Shot on! Blocked away by Gremling. Off of that right pad. 14th shot of the game there for Armeijan Kuri. As an offside called as Yaxi tried to move it in past the blue line. Another big save there from Gremling on that shot from the point. From Suna Kostaya. His own face-off, tied up, won by Conexion. Using it for his Sweden. Shot on! Save! Another chance potentially! But Armeijan Kuri get it out of danger, and they now are on the counterattack. Big hit there taken, and here's a chance for Conexion after the play. Battled for the corner. Found by Jackie, up to the point. Blasted from the right point from Dabo, but blocked. Held on to by Yaxi. Nice little toe drag move. Pass across there, but hits off of the defender in front and will force Conexion to reset. 6 minutes to go here in overtime. Yaxi loses it, and here comes Hefezuk down the other end. Holds it at the high left face-off circle. That shot blocked in front. Armeijan Kuri still with possession. Battled for it, found by Mutanen Malik, but lost it as Dabo gets that puck off his stick. 4.5 minutes to go. Controlled by Sweden. At the high left face-off circle, pass across, can't get the shot off Yaxi, and now Armeijan Kuri working down the other way. Mutanen Malik with it, pass across to Vertaskin, leads to an offside call with 3:58 to go here in overtime. So much on the line for these two teams. Everything that they have worked and battled for over the last near 3 months on the line here. Game number 6. Armeijan Kuri up 3-2 in the series. A shot on there, swept aside by Gremling. Armeijan Kuri get possession back in the neutral zone. A goal for them wins the title. A goal for Conexion pushes this to a 7th game. In the neutral zone, lost there, but recovered by K-Cash. Conexion moving it forward, dumped in towards the right wall, puck given chase, and found by Yaxi. Yaxi puts on a move, pass across, could not connect there with Sweden. Gives it up to K-Cash. K-Cash at the left boards, turned over, and found by Armeijan Kuri. 1 minute to play here in overtime. It's controlled by Sunakatskoistaya, but lost. And now Conexion just going to dump this one out. No icing going to be called. Armeijan Kuri with it. It's moved up. Sunakatskoistaya couldn't find anyone there, and Conexion will take over possession. 35 seconds to go now. Sweden with it. Over to Yaxi. Yaxi at the right corner. Holding it at the right boards. Turning, twirling, gives it up to the point. Over to Jackie. Jackie, wait, one-time blast blocked in front there by Butain and Malik. 20 seconds to go. Turned over there by Armeijan Kuri, and here they come. Conexion with it on the other end, but a big hit there by Butain and Malik. Has a man with him, and he finds him in Hefezuk. Turned over, however, over the right boards. Taskin gets it back in the neutral zone. 5 seconds to go. Conexion with it. Dumped in on the slap shot. And are going to run out of time as that shot actually went in, but it didn't matter. As the buzzer sounded, and for the second time in this series, we're going to double overtime. Our third game has reached overtime in the series. The second is going to go to a second OT. As you get a look at that save there by Kasuri. Just able to keep this game alive for Armeijan Kuri. Conexion again dominating the time and attack, but the stats rather even between these two teams. As we get set for overtime number 2. The next goal, all important to this series. Either we're going to a deciding Game 7, or Armeijan Kuri are your champions of the core division. We are underway. I want to make sure we thank our sponsors and shout them out one more time. COVID Occupancy, Game Changer and Weldon. A big thank you to them for their generous support of the ECL and SportsGamer all season long. Armeijan Kuri within the offensive zone. As a one-time blast blocked in front. That was Butain and Malik who was trying to end it there. K-Cash with it, up to Sweden. Puck loose, shot on there. It goes to the boards, and it's recovered by Yazzie. A one-time blast, and they score! Dabo wins it for Conexion! And we're going to Game 7! The captain keeps the championship hopes alive for his team! As we bring you back into the booth, and Conexion win in double overtime, a 1-0 shutout victory, their second shutout of the series, the third for Gremling in the playoffs. And how about Dabo? His 5th goal of the postseason, and it could not have come at a more critical juncture. What a game, what a series we've got here, folks, and it's going to an all-deciding Game 7. So while we get that set up, we're going to hear a word from our sponsors. We're going to take a short break, grab a snack, grab a drink, take a few Game Changer capsules to relax or focus. Whatever you feel like you need, do what you got to do. Because when we come back, a champion is going to be decided between Conexion and Armeijan Kuri. Folks, we've got a fun series on tap, and we're going to see the final chapter of it written in just a few moments. Do not go away, my friends. We'll be right back in just a few minutes.
Welcome to the SportsGamer Health and Performance Program. Nice to have you here. Here you have a large amount of different workouts from Wellnet, but also material just exclusive for you gamers. In your sessions, we focus mostly on neck and shoulder mobility, back health, and concentration. So give it a try and let us know what you think about it.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
Folks, it has all come down to this. 3 periods, 1 game, 1 champion to be crowned. Game number 7. Connection. We're able to keep this series going with a 1-0 double overtime victory. It was the defenseman and their captain Dabo who kept this series alive and has pushed this thing to a decisive game. We were underway watching from the perspective of Connection, wearing their road white uniforms, while Armeijan Kuri wearing their all red homes. A shot from the point there from Vertigo Seti was stopped by Gremling. The first shot of the day going in Armeijan Kuri's favor as they got another chance there. It doesn't officially register though as a shot on net. These two teams have been back and forth. This is the first Game 7 that either team has played in these playoffs, so neither is used to the situation. Connection, they hadn't had a series go beyond 5 games before today, so they have been making quick work of everyone they have faced, but Armeijan Kuri not to go down. These two have just been in a back and forth slugfest. This is also the first finals that we've had across our divisions that will go to Game 7 since the Elite Division finals. So, the second one in total, the first in about 2 weeks. Nice to see some Game 7 action returning with a title on the line as one of these two teams will hope to join our other champions. Last Dance in the Elite Division, Robe Esports in the Pro Division, and then we saw in the Light Division the other day as a rip from Dabo from the point is saved. So right as we were setting up the table for everyone, we saw in the Light Division the other day it was Modu Hockey that defeated Deadly Phantoms in 5. And we'll also crown a Neo Division champion on Sunday, so make sure you join us for that. We have more pressing matters on hand as these two in Game 7, the title on the line. Is that puck going to go all the way down to the opposite end? Connection not able to pick that up, so Armeijan Kuri in the offensive end here. Turned over, however, as Jackie will get it for Connection, and a bit of a sloppy possession there, but able to find their bearings until they turn it over again. Maybe wonder if both of these two teams kind of feeling some of the Game 7 jitters, knowing what's on the line, knowing that they're battling for that title. Connection end up getting it back. And begin to move it forward into the offensive zone. Is that shot on? It's swept aside by Costody. Connection still pushing in the offensive zone. Another shot, another save by Costody. Connection still in the offensive end pushing. Dabo with it, moving forward, back behind the net over to K-Cash. K-Cash up to the point to Sweden. Sweden back to K-Cash, but bumped off of that puck. And it's found by Armeijan Kuri. Armeijan Kuri in the offensive zone, but the shot going to find Gremling rather easily. And hold on for the stoppage. Offensive zone draw coming up here for Armeijan Kuri. Right over to the winger, Lieutenant Mali. Staying forward, shot, and he scores! Lieutenant Mali kicks off the scoring in Game 7. Armeijan Kuri strike first. They find their first goal since the 3rd period of Game 5. To get another look at it, just evades one defender, evades 2, finds the space, gets an open look at Gremling and makes no mistake about it. A 1-0 lead for Armeijan Kuri. The number 2 seed strikes first. Now, how do both these two sides respond? Does Armeijan Kuri continue to keep their foot on the gas, or does Connection find an answer right back? Jackie controlling it here for Connection, trying to force that forward to Sweden, finds his man Yaxi. It's a one-time blast, saved. Another chance there, but Kasari gonna jump all over that one, and will hold on for the stoppage. 6:18 to play here in period number 1. Face off to the right side of Gremling. to Kasuri. One back to the defenseman, Dabo, but turned over. Is Armeijan Kuri going to get to that? And Taskin take his time and set up the offense. Toes into the neutral zone. Past the blue line. Tried to shoot it in, but it's picked off by Dabo. Connection give it back up, however, so Armeijan Kuri retake possession. Controlled by Taskin yet again. Moved over to Fezuk. Finds Mutanen Malik. Battle for found by Connection. Here comes Yaxi down the other end. Connection not able to do anything there in the offensive zone, and see Armeijan Kuri trying to move their way now to the offensive side of things, but are forced to reset. Tasky in the offensive, in the neutral zone. Armeijan Kuri just trying to find a little bit of space to get into the offensive zone and start working that puck. An offensive zone draw now coming up here for Connection. Found by Armeijan Kuri in the defensive zone. As Connection having their own end, less than 10 seconds to go. Moving this forward here is Jackie. Finds his right winger on the opposite side. One more chance for Connection, but not able to get a shot off, and that will do it. For the end of the first period, it's Armeijan Kuri with a 1-0 lead. The goal from Mutanen Malik, giving his team that 1-goal advantage here at the end of the first of Game 7. Get a quick look at the stats. 5-3 in shots in favor of Connection. They've also had the majority of time in attack. 3:17 compared to just about a minute and a half on the side of Armeijan Kuri. Get things set for period number 2. Armeijan Kuri holding on to that 1-goal advantage. And it's Game 7. The winner, your champions for the ECL 25 spring season in the core division. Connection in their first ever season as a club. Armeijan Kuri in their third, made the semifinals their first go around, were swept in round 1 a season ago, and now they're just both 1 win away from being champions in this division. 2 amazing stories, but only one will prevail. Taskin has it behind the net for Armeijan Kuri, but it's kind of the cream in between the Oreo there, was sandwiched in between 2 Connection defenders and led to a turnover. But Armeijan Kuri does get it back. A one-time blast there from the point. Doesn't go in, but was awful close. Here comes Connection down the other way. Roxy controlling it, holding it, gives it down low to K-Cash. Pass in front, shot on saved. Kasuri stepping up yet again for Armeijan Kuri. These 2 goalies have been nothing short of phenomenal throughout this series, especially in games 6 and 7 so far. Roxy with a pass in front, shot does not reach the net. Connection still pushing. Roxy controlling it, but lost that puck, and it's found by Mutanen Malik, as that's going to be dumped down the other end, and found first by Connection for an icing call. An offensive zone face-off coming up here for Connection to the right side of Gremlin. One back to Dabo at the right point. Gives it up, one-time shot blocked in front there. Oh, it was Vertigo Seti that got in front of that. FAZU controlling it. We're in the neutral zone, looking for a passing option, and finds one in Mutanen Malik. Pass over towards the left pad of Gremling, and he'll just hold on to that one and avoids any danger. Offensive zone draw coming up here for Armeijan Kuri. They went in, working in the offensive end. It's controlled by Hefezuk. At the left board, shot on, blocked in front, picked up, however, by Butanen Malik. Up to the point once again, the Vertigo Seti. Puck loose in front, scrum for, found by Vertaskin. Vertaskin waiting for an option over at the left wall. Under some pressure, evades it. Got the shot off nearly, but poke checked away. But a delayed penalty going to be called against Armeijan Kuri. So a power play coming up here for Conexion. As you get another look at how it happened and where it came from. As it'll be Vertaskin heading to the box. Conexion with the man advantage here. We've seen them score a couple of times early on in this series, but they've been stalemated since, and it looks like they're now going to get a 5-on-3. Vertigo Seti heading to the box now. That hit right there leads to a boarding penalty and easily the biggest opportunity of the series here for Conexion. A 5-on-3 power play for 1 minute and 48 seconds. It's held by Yoxi at the high slot, holding into left face-off circle, waiting for a passing option here at the high point. Gives it up over to K-Cash. Excuse me, that was Jackie. Jackie holding it, waiting, shot on from K-Cash, denied by Kasari. And Armeijan Kuri just trying to kill off time. They dump it into the neutral zone. 50 seconds remaining still on the 5-on-3, but Conexion not able to get their break-in organized, and now lead to an offside. See the shots difference there. Conexion with 7 compared to just 3 for Armeijan Kuri, but they have the 1 goal. Sweden moves it forward for the Conexion over to K-Cash. K-Cash, one-time blast from Yoxi. Save made once again. Sinan Kasquistaya will dump this one out cleanly for Armeijan Kuri. 1 man out of the box. And the other one joins them. They kill it off successfully. It's a shot there, saved by Kasari. 9th shot of the contest for Conexion. They weren't able to capitalize on that 5-on-3 power play, but they did get a couple of chances. Still has to feel a little bit disappointing if you are Conexion. You have that great opportunity, you have a long time with it, not able to break through to get the tying answer. We are past the halfway point now of this Game 7. Armeijan Kuri with a 1-0 lead, that 1 goal scored by Butanen Malik in the first period. Butanen Malik ends up turning it over as he tried to put on a move, and here comes Conexion down the other end. Big hit laid on there by Hefezuk, who has it now in the offensive zone. Under some pressure, loses the puck. And now Jackie controls it and moves it forward to Sweden FTW. Sweden, big hit, but gives it over to Yoxi. Pass a cross shot on the one-timer, denied by Kasari. 10th save of the game for Kasari. As in the neutral zone here is Armeijan Kuri. It's controlled into the offensive end, lost however, and now Conexion looking to work their way forward. There's an offensive zone face-off here coming up. One back by Conexion. Cadabo shot from the point, shot on, goes in! It was tipped in front! Sweden FTW steps up in the moment yet again! And Conexion tie this game at 1 apiece. And neither of these two teams let the other go away, do they? You just love to see games like this and series like this, back and forth. You wish both of these two teams could take home a title, but only one can, and Conexion trying to assure that it's them. 12th shot was the charm. They break it in and tie this game at 1 apiece, a 1-1 score now. Armeijan Kuri looking to respond. They have it in the offensive zone. Puck loose in front. Found, however, by Connection as Dabo moves it forward. Over to K-Cash. K-Cash shot on with just a few seconds left. Was blockered away by Kasari. Puck behind the net. And now do it for period number 2. Armeijan Kuri had a 1-0 lead through most of the period, but Connection find a way to tie it up. Sweden FTW. The man that stepped up for this Connection team so many times throughout this series, so many times throughout the postseason. He has over 30 goals during this playoff run for this team, and you get another look at it. As great as Kasari has been, he just was not able to get a hold on that puck before it could trickle in under him. And that gives us a tie score heading into the 3rd period of Game 7. Oh man, you love to see it. As you get another look at that replay. Well, folks, here we go. Period number 3, game number 7. We're tied at 1 apiece. And the next goal could very well be the golden goal. As there was a penalty taken there at the end of the period by Connection, so Armeijan Kuri will be on the power play. They have yet to score on a power play this entire finals. They've only scored 1 power play goal this entire postseason. There wouldn't be a bigger time for them to do so than now. As they have it now in the offensive zone, it's controlled at the point by Mutanen Malik as that one-timer was stopped by Gremling, who will hold on for the freeze. Nervous times for these two squads. Two of the best teams in the division all season long. Again, Connection to 5 seed. Finished tied for the number 1 seed in Group 4. Only lost out on the tiebreaker, and that was to HC Period. If they had won that game, they would have been the number 1 overall seed. Who knows how their path maybe would have changed. Armeijan Kuri, number 2 seed overall, and a delayed penalty called right as they got a man out of the box. That was Sweden who took the initial penalty. And I guess he was just keeping Dabo's seat warm, because that's who will be now going into the penalty box for Connection. So Dabo, who pushed this thing to a Game 7, the captain of this team, will have to sit on the side for 2 minutes and hope that his 4 teammates out there, really 5 counting the goaltender, can keep this game tied at 1. Armeijan Kuri win the offensive zone draw. It's controlled by Vertigo Seti at the point. Given over, shot on there from Hefe Zook. Was stopped by Gremling. How about Gremling just continuing to step up for this Connection team? And the one-time blast goes wide. That was Hefe Zook again. Armeijan Kuri still pushing. Puck loose in front. Found by Malik. Shot in front and they score! Mutanen Malik with his 2nd goal of the game! And for the 2nd time all postseason, Armeijan Kuri score on the power play, and it gives them the lead in the 3rd period of Game 7 of the finals. And he may not get credited statistically, but I think a lot of credit should go to Vertigo Seti for that screen in front. Blocking the view of Gremling, he wasn't able to make the save. And Mutanen Malik with his 2nd goal of this Game 7, a man of the moment apparently, gets his team back out in front. Armeijan Kuri just 7 shots all game, and they score on the power play to give themselves the lead. But Connection not going to go quietly. They have a chance in front. They get it back, however. Puck scrambled for, found, however, by Armeijan Kuri. Controlling is Kostaya as a power play upcoming again here for Armeijan Kuri. 3 penalties in this period for Connection. And this time it's Jackie heading to the box. Things starting to unravel a little bit here late for Connection. They do win the defensive zone face-off, and Yaxi with some space. Yaxi pass across, shot, and he saved it! Kuri saved it! Oh my! It was a half-open net for Connection, but Kuri able to cover just enough of it to keep this lead for Armeijan Kuri. As they win the defensive zone face-off and work down the other end. Utanen Malik at the high point. Gives it up over to Vertaskin. Shot on off of the left pad. Trying to find that puck is Gremling, and he does. To hold on for the stoppage. But you go back to that play. Connection. K-Cash thought he may have had the game-tying goal. Had about half of the net open. But the half covered by Kuri is what keeps this at a 2-1 score. It's controlled by Armeijan Kuri, blocked in front of the shot. A one-time blast there from Stuno Kostaya. It was saved, however, in the glove of Gremling. Armeijan Kuri with another offensive zone face-off coming up. One in the defensive zone by Connection, looking to get it out. They're under some pressure here, and they do, after it hit off of the side of K-Cash. 10 seconds to go on the man advantage for Armeijan Kuri. Nice defensive play there made by Sweden to get him out of the zone, but they get back in. The one-time rip goes wide. Now Suno Kostaya who let that one fly. Armeijan Kuri with possession in their own end. Approaching the halfway point of this third period. Armeijan Kuri up 2-1. Utanen Malik with both goals for Armeijan Kuri. As here comes Connection down the other end in the offensive end. Wraparound attempt there from Yaxi is stopped by Kuri, who will freeze it with 9:37 to go. Offensive zone draw here for Connection to the right side of Kuri. Tied up, battled and won by Armeijan Kuri. Moved forward and finds his man Stuno Kostaya. Turned over, however. Jackie controls it under some pressure. Turned over in their own end. Connection lost it as a shot from the side hits the left skate, it looked like, of Gremlin. And he'll hold on and freeze it. Gremlin has had to be sharp so far in this game. He's had some odd chances come towards him. As a face-off won the offensive zone by Armeijan Kuri. The shot blocked in front. And here comes Connection down the other way. Controlled by Yaxi. Towards the slot, still holding on to it, pass across, disrupted and found by Armeijan Kuri. As for Taskin, moves it forward. Utanen Malik with it, holding it, pass across, picked off there by Sweden FTW, but turned over. Utanen Malik with a shot on, blocker to side by Gremling. Armeijan Kuri still with it, puck loose in front, found by Gremling yet again, but recovered by Armeijan Kuri. Full pressure shot on again, another shot, puck loose in front, battle for behind the net. Found by Vertaskin, another shot save made, another shot, another save by Gremling. And he'll hold on for the freeze to catch his breath, and I will catch mine too, my friend. Gremling keeping this game alive for Connection. And as full pressure was activated during that crazy sequence, Connection will pause and call a timeout. Less than 5 minutes to go here in this Game 7. Armeijan Kuri up by 1. We've talked about their story. Their third season, all of them in the core division. They came so close a year ago. Lost in the semifinals to the eventual champions, Kokai Esports. Were swept then in the bronze match later on. Last season, upset in round 1, were swept. This entire team from that inaugural team that made the semifinals back this season, and they're looking for their first title. But can they hold on for the next 3 minutes and 45 seconds? Connection, on the other hand, looking for their first title in their debut season. They have it in the neutral zone. Up to Sweden. Sweden controlling it. Pass back. A little off on that pass, but recovered by Jackie, but turned over. 2.5 minutes to play now. Armeijan Kuri with it in the neutral zone. And if you are Armeijan Kuri, you just don't want any silly mistakes. No turnovers, no quick chances, but there's a turnover there. And here comes Connection. Turned over, however, by Connection. A nice job from Armeijan Kuri, denying them defensively. Less than a minute to play here in Game 7. A breakaway here. Hefe Zook stopped on the play by Gremling. Can his teammates reward him down the other end? It's controlled by Yoxi, holding it, waiting, pass across, intercepted. 43 seconds to go. Armeijan Kuri with it, but turned over in the neutral zone. Connection takes a big hit and is taken over by Hefe Zook. Lost, however, on that pass attempt. And now it's Yoxi with it. 30 seconds to play here in Game 7. Armeijan Kuri looking to hold on to the title. And it's a breakaway here. This is the Lieutenant Malik spin move. Backhand shot. He scores! Lieutenant Malik! The hat trick in Game 7! And a potential dagger in the hearts of Connection. Another look at it. Beautiful spin, beautiful backhand, and a goal to tap it all off. And Armeijan Kuri now up by 2 here in the late stages of Game 7. Just 23 seconds to go. It will take a Herculean effort for Connection, but can they do it? That puck gonna go all the way down the other end of the ice, and an icing gonna be called with 15.4 seconds to play. We have talked about the story of this Armeijan Kuri team. They've stuck together. They've grinded it out. They have gone through highs. They have gone through lows. As you see Connection pulling the goaltender, and that's gonna lead to a wide open net for Hefe Zook. And the party is officially on for Armeijan Kuri. They score on the empty netter. As you saw, Gremling was just trying to get the extra attacker out. But Connection not able to stay in the offensive zone. As Armeijan Kuri up 4-1, 7 seconds to go. It's third time's the charm for Armeijan Kuri, your core division champions for the ECL 25 spring season. They win it in a 7-game thriller over Connection, the number 2 seed, are on top of the core division. We've talked about it. They've grinded and grinded and grinded. They have stuck together. They've been a staple of this division over the last year. And a team that have just continued to build chemistry, have continued to grow as a unit. This is the same 6 that lost in the semifinals a year ago in their debut season. Had a couple of changes to the lineup last playoff. They were swept in round 1, didn't win a single playoff game, were upset as a 12 seed against the 21st seed. They come back, run it back, dominate in the regular season, earn the number 2 seed, make a heck of a run all the way to the finals, were pushed to the brink by Connection, but they were able to step up, and Lieutenant Malik, a hat trick in game number 7, scored 3 of the 4 goals, the other goal being scored by Hefe Zook on that empty netter. And congratulations to Armeijan Kuri. They win the series in 7. They are your ECL Core Division champions for the Spring 25 season. And for Connection, you gotta feel for them. Their debut season were dominant all season long. Were a tiebreaker away from being the number 1 overall seed in the playoffs. And you felt like this could have very well been the final. And it turned out that way. You know, obviously, HC Period were a team a lot of people thought could make it, but these were 2 of the favorites. They made it there, and they gave us a whale of a series. Congratulations to Armeijan Kuri, your champions of the core division. And for Connection, congratulations to them on a great run, a great season. This, I'm sure, is not the last time we will hear from them. Don't be surprised if you see them in the light division next season, potentially making some noise. Definitely a talented group. But today, it's about Armeijan Kuri, your champions of the core division, as we bring you back into the booth one more time around. As man-oh-man, Armeijan Kuri win this series in 7 in a thriller, a 4-1 Game 7 victory over Connection. A congratulations to them, a congratulations to Connection. A thank you to you all for spending a long Thursday evening with us. Our broadcast just going to be a little short of 4.5 hours today. We told you we'd cover all 7. We'd go the whole way. That's exactly what these two teams wanted to do. You had it all right here at twitch.tv/reactiomedia. And hey, if you want to see more action from the ECL, make sure you join us right back here on Sunday as we will have our final broadcast of the season, the ECL Neo Division Finals, as Flatty Faxis, the number 3 seed, will go up against Personal Rainerit, the number 1 overall seed. If you thought you had fun here with that series today, it's going to be even more fun on Sunday at 19:45 CEST start time. A best of 5 series this time around, so a little bit shorter. The early games, even all that more important. I'll be right back with you on the call for that, right here again at twitch.tv/reactiomedia. You can also find us live on our X account at SportsGamer GG or at our YouTube at Reactio Media. So make sure you join us for that. The Neo Finals, always fun to watch with that best of 5 series. The early games just have that much more pressure on them. So make sure you join us for that. You're not going to want to miss it. As we bring you back into the booth one final time, a big thank you to you guys for joining us. Congratulations to Armeijan Kuri, champions of the core division. A shout out to the SportsGamer GG staff, the ECL staff, and Ken for putting this event on, everything they do behind the scenes to make this thing run. A big thank you to our amazing producer, Chris Ryan, making everything work behind the scenes on this broadcast. A shout out to our amazing sponsors, COVID I'm Not Gonna See, Game Changer, and WellNet for their generous support. It is Armeijan Kuri who are your core division champions for the ECL 25 spring season. Congratulations to them. Thank you all for joining us. My name is Armeijan. Make sure you're right back with us here on Sunday for our Neo Division coverage. Have a great rest of your night, everyone, and have a safe rest of your week.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.